Seats. We are about to begin. The India Global Forum Annual Summit is just about to begin. Please take your seats.
Hear from the most dynamic business and political leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Find out how you can be a part of our exciting programs on climate and business, entrepreneurship, women in leadership, our UK and UAE forums, and our glittering networking events. Log on to www.indiaglobalforum.com and join the conversation.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning again.
Where's the energy? Where's the energy? Come on.
Good morning. Welcome to this annual summit of the India Global Forum. My name is Edie Lush.
Great to see you, Edie. I'm Mark Barton. Good to see you all.
Mark, I am very glad to be back together with you at this incredible special event at a very special time in history. I do not think I could keep up with all the changes without you.
What a time we're living through right now. We've got a war, we've got a pandemic, banking crises, climate change, energy transition. There's a lot to keep up with. It's not all gloom and doom because England a few months ago won the T20 World Cup. Remember that? Yeah.
Right, exactly. Speaking of T20 now coming to the United States. Can you believe that?
I cannot believe it. Cricket going to take on in America? What do we think? Hands up if cricket's going to take on in America. Okay.
We got a few yeses there. I think with a name like the San Francisco Unicorns, what could go wrong, right? So our theme this year is, of course, more than just keeping up. Our theme is how all of these global disruptions have created a remarkable moment of opportunity for India.
Exactly. This is a moment when India can set the pace, and it definitely is setting the pace when it comes to growth. It's going to be the fastest growing economy, major economy in the world in 2023.
A bright spot, shall we say, the global economy. That has not happened by accident.
Yeah, today we're going to discuss how India can set the pace. You're going to hear that expression a lot today. Setting the pace is setting the pace across a range of issues, a range of industries, from financial services to the green energy transition.
Exactly. Indian companies are going global as well, which is one reason why so many people have come from around the globe to be here with us in this room today. They're at your table, so look out for them. And in fact, raise a hand if you like. From New Zealand, Britain, Israel, the UAE, South Korea, Germany, Japan, the United States and France, and even Madagascar. So bienvenue, welcome. I don't know if Guten Tag, I've got that one down pretty well.
Want to tell you a bit about Slido. We're talking tech now, slido.com. This is how we all interact with each other. Download it on your app or just go onto the website, slido.com. Wonderful app. We're going to be asking you questions. It's your way of communicating with us as well. Join as a participant when you get to the landing page and just type in IGF Summit.
I think we're standing in front of the
There's the QR
code. You can just take a picture of that if you like. We're going to practice it right now, so go to slido.com. Tell us, why did you come to this conference today?
Yeah, and it's not just India setting the pace. Edie and I are going to be setting the pace.
Cracking
we are the time police today because this is a 4-hour extravaganza.
It's like an epic journey.
It's like an epic Bollywood production. So we're going to keep the pace and keep the energy as well.
Right, we've got one vote so far for the speaker lineup, but we need more people to get out their phones.
Don't be shy with those fingers. Don't be shy. Come on, let's vote.
There we go. All right, my boss made me. All right, love that one. I want to say that our gathering here today is a culmination of a year-long cycle of IGF events. And thank you to our sponsors for helping us make this happen. Many of you were with us in Dubai, where our theme was Partners for Global Impact. And back in London, we marked India at 75 years.
Yeah, and it's a good moment to plug our return to London in June. Looking forward to that. The theme is going to be Leading on Purpose.
And do join us there if you can. Whatever your travel plans, sign up now to be an IGF members. Our membership will be driving us forward, and we want you to be a part of that.
Great moment to segue to kick off this summit by introducing the founder, the chairman, the chief executive officer of the India Global Forum, here to set the scene on how India can be part of all that and set the pace. Let's welcome Professor Manoj Wadhwa. Big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Edie and Mark, and it's good to have you guys here in New Delhi and in my motherland. So welcome to India. Your Excellencies, my friends, I'm delighted, indeed excited, to welcome you all to our 2023 Annual Summit. And that too, this year, in probably, no, definitely, the most happening city in the world, New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi, in the very first few months of assuming office, talked extensively about scale, skill, and speed as critical factors in realizing India's growth ambitions. And of course, we have seen to some great measure, India's ability to scale and apply phenomenal skill in areas such as digital transformation, financial inclusion, universal healthcare, and urban regeneration. But there has been relatively little discourse on the globalization potential of these achievements and how this can be done at pace. The third and now increasingly important limb of the scale, skill, and speed formula. So friends, over the course of the next few hours, we'll be hearing from some of the most experienced and energized minds, including in the next few moments from one of India's most dynamic and forward-thinking ministers, who will be setting out his insights on how India is setting the pace and converting vision into real and meaningful impact. But friends, and I know many of you here are season ticket holders of the Darbar Hall. So, having over the years, and I'm one too, listened attentively from these grand stages to many enthralling speeches and panel discussions. But today, it's different. This stage, this room is different. Today, friends, we are all active participants. Today, we're all going to be speakers. We're all speakers, as through this never-tried-before format of concurrent roundtable conversations and the Slido platform, we all have the ability to contribute to today's deliberations and give volume to our collective ideas. I'm therefore especially grateful to all our diverse and wonderful roundtable host organizations for bringing such great partners in this collective effort this morning. I would just like to pause a moment here and highlight two aspects of India's recent growth story, which I believe have not received the recognition in global discourse that they deserve. That of diversity and inclusion, and of climate action. Friends, rapid women empowerment and rapid climate action are critical not only for India's success, they are critical for the world's success. I'm therefore pleased that India Global Forum, through our Women In program and our Climate and Business program, we are making these areas a priority for our work ahead. And we will be hearing a little later on from the respective Indian cabinet ministers driving these agendas, the Honorable Smriti Irani and the Honorable Bhupendra Yadav. But before I conclude, I want to express my gratitude to our Founders Circle, to our global corporate members, and our program sponsors who continue to actively support and also, most importantly, inform our work here in India, in the United Kingdom, in the UAE, soon to be in Israel, Your Excellency, and across the world. I'm therefore pleased to also inform you that India Global Forum, as it expands its work and seeks out new ideas, seeks out new pathways, and we widen our ambitions, we have opened up membership to individuals. And so I would invite, in fact, urge you all to join us in our journey. And so, friends, I very much look forward to our interactions this morning, and I encourage you all to join the conversation, to join the India Global Forum journey. No, to engage and join our collective journey. Thank you ever so much.
Manoj, thanks very much indeed. Fantastic. Just before I introduce the minister, we've got a poll. Get on Slido, bring out your mobile phones. This is our second question of the day. Edie asked one a little bit earlier. How would you describe the state of tech and innovation in India right now? We'll have the answers later. Please get on Slido, get those fingers typing. How would you describe the state of tech and innovation in India today? There you go. How would you describe the state of tech and innovation in India right now? And what we'll do is we'll have the answer for you, the results for you a little bit later. Don't be shy. By the way, there's going to be Slido throughout the day. Even if we don't announce it, please get on Slido. There'll be all sorts of questions. There you go. Promising, exciting, bubbling. Love that word, bubbling. Who wrote bubbling? Fantastic word. Promising, waiting to explode. You guys are on fire. Thank you. At big high, wait. Brilliant. Anyway, that's how it works. It's a fantastic app. Right, let's get the drums rolling because we're going to introduce our first guest of the day. It's wonderful to introduce Ashwini Vaishnaw, who of course is Minister of Railways, Communications and Electronics and Information Technology of the Government of India. Minister, let's welcome you to the stage.
Well, friends, Monday morning is always very difficult. When I was looking at the responses, I thought the biggest response will be my boss made me do this. I'll try to make your Monday morning reasonably relaxed and exciting. We'll not use the lecture format. We'll have a presentation here, and I promise you there won't be long lines of text or something. It will be good and exciting, okay? Are we ready? Okay. Let the screen come up. Guys? Okay, so I'll start with a very small intro. What has been the philosophy with which Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is steering the Indian economy towards a developed nation by 2047? I'll start with one instance. There are multiple dimensions of this, but I'll just point out, highlight here one instance, the strategy that Prime Minister Narendra Modi he used for taking India out of the COVID trough was a very interesting strategy. It was an investment-led growth, not a consumption-led growth. It was a well thought through strategy. It was a strategy which, despite all the public pressure, a large number of very senior economists saying that, okay, US has given this much, this country has given this much, this country has sent so many checks. Mr. Prime Minister, why don't you also send checks? But our Prime Minister, very clearly focused way, he kept his eyes on investment in infrastructure, investment in social as well as economic infrastructure, and that has really helped us come out of this growth, this trough, as a very healthy economy, which is today clocking 6 to 8% growth rate and a very moderate inflation. This is the big difference between many other countries' policies and the Indian policy. And that's the reason why India is today being called out as a bright spot in a very troubled horizon. The results are in front of us, and this is a consistent policy. This is not something which has happened just in the last couple of years. Because of these policies, India's GDP, which was at 10th position in the global league table, has today come up to the 5th rank, and over the next few years, it should be at the 3rd rank. The results of this entire economic drive towards investment today, as a structural component of India's GDP, investment which had gone down to 25%, 27% has now come back to 31%. This is what I would like you, and there are many CEOs present here, so I would like you to take note of this. The investment which was, the public investment which was about $40-ish billion every year, increased to 70-ish, then 90, and today it is 125 billion US dollars public investment. The multiplier effect of 3 to 3.5, that makes a huge business case for everybody, that makes a huge difference in people's lives, and that is what I am going to present to you in the coming slides. Of course, the factory capacity utilization has significantly improved. Job creation is today, it has significantly risen from about 600,000 a month to 1.2 million a month, and these are all formal jobs. And now I'll show you where this money is being utilized, right? The Prime Minister has given me the responsibility for 3 ministries, so I'll be talking about these 3 ministries specifically. Indian Railways, one of the largest systems in the world, 8 billion passengers every year, 22,000 trains, 7,300 stations, and 1.2 million employees. Imagine my plight when we have to do the annual appraisals. So, such a large system. Now, how do you transform this kind of system? This kind of system, if you want to transform, you have to really take quantum leaps. So, we'll start with stations, trains, security and safety systems, and then we move to the next ministry, which is telecom. This is one of the stations which has been recently rebuilt. This is in Bhopal, one of the central states in India, Rani Kamlapati railway station. The entire station looks like airport. This is another station built in Gandhinagar. This entire tall building that you see, this building is on top of the tracks. You don't need a separate land for that. This is on the top of the tracks. Totally new way of looking at things. Totally new way, new experience of traveling by trains to the 8 billion passengers. And this, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, this is New Delhi railway station. This entire, the 2 domes that you see, these 2 domes are over the station, over the tracks. The tender is already out. 2 bidders have already participated. Large number of pre-construction activities, which is removing the cables, taking off some of the older structures which need to be replaced. All that work has started, and this will be a reality in the coming 2 to 3 years, 4 years. So this big thinking, this kind of futuristic thinking is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is actually implementing in India through his investment in infrastructure program. Every station will have a world-class roof plaza. As we all know, urban space is very scarce. So how do we create more urban space? This is 50-acre space being created in New Delhi. Everywhere, look at the transportation mechanism, elevated roads, so that people don't have to, because the stations are located in a very congested place, most of the cities in the country. So how do you make sure? This is Ahmedabad. This is Ahmedabad again, using some of the Indian heritage structures and building around it. This is, those of you, anybody from Gujarat here? How many from Gujarat? You will recognize Modhera Sun Temple. This is the structure of Modhera Sun Temple. The modern buildings along with the traditional heritage of the country. This is CSMT Mumbai, built, this is one of the heritage structures. How do we retain the heritage and still make it a modern station? Very complex challenge, very complex challenge, but some of the finest minds have worked on it and created this design, which will be a design where people will come from overseas just to look at the stations. We are very confident. Bangalore, Jaipur, again Jaipur is a heritage city where very good heritage. So we are building that heritage into the stations while making them modern. Prayagraj, big technical challenge, because at one point of time 100 million people visit this place in a single day when the Mahakumbh happens. 100 million people visit this. So how do you make sure? It was a very big challenge, but the team has overcome it now. Surat, there's the report card. My boss is very tough boss, so he'll always ask how many stations, what is the progress, so I keep that always ready. I'll come to the next part of passenger experience, that is the trains. Again, the thought process is, when some of the best companies in the world are using Indian talent for developing their products, why shouldn't the Indian talent not be used for developing products for India? So this train, Vande Bharat, this is for 180 kilometers per hour speed potential. It has been tested at 180 kmph, and today 13 of these trains which are running in the country, they have become a real big craze for all the passengers. And I request all of you present here, if you find an opportunity, do travel in it. I'll tell you what is so different. The design of the train has really been done very meticulously to make sure that each and every passenger experience is fundamentally different from others. If you 180 kmph and look at this glass of water, okay, 180 kmph and the glass of water doesn't spill, the glass doesn't shake. That's the intricacy of the design, and the entire design has been developed within the country by our own engineers, manufactured in the country by our own technicians. The noise level, I wish we had the audio properly. This is, okay, so compared to an airline, 100 times less noise level, and absolutely no shaking, absolutely no jerks in the train, because the design has been done with great care. Same is the thing with the safety system Kavach. Again, instead of simply copying some of the international products, we decided to develop our own product, because we see there is a huge gap in the global market space where a new product can make a big difference. I tested
Loco
this product
and Loco 2.
by two
Both
trains
are on the
coming
same
on the
track
same
and running towards each other
One of the
at a
trains I was
speed
sitting,
of
other
80
train,
km
other
per
train,
hour.
the chairman of railway board was sitting, and exactly 400 meters gap,
Braking automatically.
you'll see both the trains automatically stop. So that kind of anti-collision system has been developed in India by our own engineers,
and automatically
by our
stop at
own
almost
technicians.
400-meter distance.
we are short of time today. Again, the way of working is totally changing. Why I want to share this point with you is, many of you who are participants in the railway, telecom, digital economy industries, the pace of work is phenomenal. This is bullet train construction from Mumbai to Ahmedabad. Phenomenal pace of construction. Within 1.5 years, 167 kilometers of pillars have been constructed. Large casting yards, excellent way of construction. Some of the finest way, new technologies of construction are being used. Many of these, all these large machines, we imported a couple of pieces in the beginning, and rest all other machines were designed back in India and manufactured in India. Some of the new construction technologies, this is a large girder of 1100 tons. So this girder transporter basically lifts this up, puts it on the viaduct, puts it on that other transporter having 216 wheels, and the launching of the girder is done in such a nice way. Oh, this is 2 screens, okay. See, absolutely 1100 ton girder getting launched in one go, even though there is traffic moving below it. Why I showed this is, this construction technology doesn't disrupt the normal work. The normal traffic is happening here, going on here, and still the girder has been cast without any disruption. This is the new way of working in this country. This is the energy, this is the confidence, this is the thought process, this is the vision of our Prime Minister, which is making such a phenomenal difference in sector after sector after sector after sector. Everywhere the speed is like torrid speed everywhere. October 2021, and this is January 2023. Sabarmati Station, February 2022, this is February 2023. That is the pace of work happening everywhere. Look at this bridge on River River Par, November 22, December 22, and that is January 23. This is the pace at which India is moving, and that is setting the pace. This is Chenab Bridge, and I'm very proud of this because even though this bridge was started in 2005, 2006, the pace of work was very slow. Things started happening after 2014. 2015, Prime Minister took many serious decisions about it. And friends, this bridge is today about 80% complete. I visited it yesterday when the track has been laid on it. And by coming December or January of 24, the trains, including Vande Bharat, will go to Srinagar. The size of the bridge, of course, Eiffel versus Chenab, it's just a comparison. Okay, and this is digital, my time's up, so I'll very quickly, I'm sure you are aware of the public digital platforms. Basically, the approach we have followed is that we should not leave everything in the hands of big tech. We created, the government funded creation of a public digital platform. Banks join it, startups join it, e-commerce join it, businesses join it, 1.2 billion people join it. That's the philosophy we have adopted both in payment system, in the healthcare system, and in the upcoming almost every platform we are following this model of public-private partnership. Using this, basically we are coming to a situation where we can solve complex problems at a population scale. I'll come to telecom, again a huge transformation in the last 8 years. Practically from just about 6,500,000 BTSs, today it's about 2.5 million BTSs in the country. Every remote nook and corner is getting good, high quality 4G and 5G services. And some of the reforms which have happened in telecom by our Prime Minister, look at this. the average size for a permit to set up a tower used to be about 235 days. Today it is 7 days. That's the change which has happened. That's the simplification which has happened. That's what makes India as a great attractive investment destination. This is from the Wall Street Journal. The fastest rollout of 5G as we speak. The 1st of October is when the rollout started, and as we speak, it's already 127,000 sites where 5G service has been rolled out. It's phenomenal pace. What's very important is, again, like Vande Bharat you saw, like Kavach you saw, like the station building you saw, everywhere the focus is that our talent should be able to create products for India and for the world. 4G, 5G technology stack, a handful of countries are today having end-to-end telecom technology. We decided to take that as a challenge, and within less than 3 years, India's 4G, 5G technology stack has been developed, and we knew that there will be many question marks when India comes up with a new product. So while mostly people would test a new product for like 1 million users, so we initially tested this product for 1 million users, then we tested it for 5 million users, and in the last December, we tested this entire solution for 10 million simultaneous connections. And the results have been absolutely good. The rollout has started from coming August, September. We will be rolling out 300 sites a day of this indigenous India's own telecom technology stack. Now we are gearing up for 6G, and our Prime Minister has always put this thought in our mind, a very clear vision. He has said that technology is not a mode of garnering power in the world. Technology should be used for empowering the people. That is what always our Prime Minister tells us, sector after sector. Friends, I thank you for your very patient Monday morning hearing, and now we'll start the next session. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much indeed. We're going to have a little, by the way, this room is amazing. Minister, stay there. We're going to have a chat. We're going to get a couple of chairs put up here now. This room is packed, yeah? I mean, thank you all so much for joining us. I think we've got a nice snapshot of the room. It'll get up there in just a few seconds' time. Also, I want to share the results of that last panel. But let's ask the Minister the Slido question. How would you describe, in a word, Minister, the state of the tech and innovation in India? How would you describe the state of tech and innovation in India right now? One word. I love the word bubbling. We had bubbling earlier.
Torrid pace.
Yes, love that, love that, love that. Let's have a look at the room. Can we do a flip of the room just to sort of see it on the screen? I think we're going to any second now. So that's can we see the results of that Slido as well? Slido number 2. How would you describe the state of tech and innovation in India? Can we get that up on the screen behind? We're going to continue to have Slido questions and answers throughout the day. Minister, sit there. We'll get it up behind us as soon as we can. There you go. Look at that. Getting better, blistering. Who's Mark Barton? Who said blistering? I think that was me. Dynamic, evolving, thriving. Dr. Kathari, thank you for your essay. Very good. We only want a word, but we'll take essays. We love essays. Thank you very much indeed. Good stuff. So I was doing my research on Minister, and I went on Google, and the first thing I saw was the Minister's birthday, which is fine. We share the same birthday. Not only, hang on, hold that clapping. Not only do we share the same date, we were born on the same day. How often do you meet someone who was born on this? I mean, you meet people who were born on your birthday, but actually the same day, same age. Shall I tell you the day? Do you want to know? Hands up if you want to know the day and the date. July the 18th, 1970.
Brother,
yeah. There you go. And also, I know he's a big fan of cricket. He put out this lovely tweet the other day. There was this young girl doing these incredible strokes in the nets. And he tweeted it out. He said, my favorite shot is the helicopter shot. But that should be a Slido question. What's your favorite cricket shot? Mine's a square drive. Minister, favorite shot? You're a helicopter shot guy. There you go. You've set out this amazing vision. Well done. Absolutely fantastic. How quickly do you think you can implement that vision? What are the challenges?
It's already getting implemented.
Yeah.
Already it's getting implemented. As you saw on that report card, 53 stations is where the work is already getting done. That Chenab bridge that you saw, this is already 80% complete. Things are actually moving at a torrid pace. I would request many of you, many of the CEOs, if in your business plan you were thinking of making a capex 3 years from now, I request you revisit your business plans, make the capex today.
Yeah, please do, please do. We've got an amazing representation, Minister, in this room from diplomats, business representation from great countries around the world, the UK, Germany, Edie said them all at the beginning, Israel, New Zealand, the US, the UK, South Korea, and many, many more. What do you say to those representatives, Minister? What are the opportunities they should be looking out for, given that presentation you gave, given the vision that you just painted, and how can they join India as partners on this journey you're taking?
There are two elements which are very distinct. First is India you can trust. Second, whatever you do in India, you can do it at scale. These two elements will make a very big difference in whatever you try to do. If you can do a solution at a million kind of scale anywhere else in the world, here you can do it at a billion scale. So the opportunity for all of you is huge. Second, India has such a large talent pool that whatever you want to try out, new innovative items, new innovations, you have a great and a vibrant startup ecosystem, use that ecosystem and build on that for your solutions.
Yeah, it's an amazing ecosystem. You talked a bit about the 4G and the 5G stack. That's not enough for me. I want to talk about 6G. It's quite rare we talk about 6G. Tell us about the Bharat 6G vision document. How can India raise, it's rare you hear about 6G, we're just sort of focusing on 5G in the UK. How can you raise your 6G ambitions, Minister?
So last year, our Prime Minister gave us the target that in 4G, 5G, we should be equal to the world, and in 6G, we should actually lead the technology development. So we set up a very comprehensive team comprising entrepreneurs, academicians, researchers, students, a very, very comprehensive team, policymakers. That team initially came up with some ideas, then we coalesced everything, and then we thought that let us try whether we are on the right path or not. So we set out some challenges to the industry, and by today, as we speak, we already have 127 patents for the 6G technologies, 6G telecom technologies. I know 6G is about 4 or 5 years away or 6 years away, but time to start the developments today so that as the technology matures, India should be a leader. That's the philosophy of Bharat.
India setting the pace. You're going to hear that today a lot. India setting the pace when it comes to 6G and many other things. What about semiconductors? It's a key industry, as we know, especially as supply chains are being disrupted in this geopolitical world of uncertainty, Minister. How important is it that India provides the ecosystem for those semiconductor manufacturers, and how key might that be for the global economy?
It will be very important for the global economy to have a trusted partner like India, and that's why we are finding huge support from, for example, recently when the Secretary Raimondo was here from US, we signed a semiconductor cooperation agreement. So all over the world, there is a sense that India should emerge as a key semiconductor manufacturing destination. We have been working very sincerely. We know that it's a very complex and a very challenging industry to begin with, but we are working very sincerely and diligently to make sure that the ecosystem comes here. Everything that is required for developing semiconductor industry in India, step by step we are moving forward. It's going to be a long race, it's going to be a marathon, it's not a sprint. So we have to be patient and keep working with a laser sharp focus.
Trust, trust, trust. You keep saying that word trust. It's so important, isn't it? Trust, trust, trust. Talk to me about AI. ChatGPT is setting the world alight, isn't it? How is AI, how is quantum computing disrupting India's infrastructure right now?
Today morning we had the first International Quantum Communications Conclave in Delhi here. There were participants from about 6 countries, and some of the technologies which are leading edge technologies in quantum communications and AI, also AI is a separate subject. So many of these innovations are now happening in collaboration with Indian startups. What's important is, there was a time when India was a technology consumer only. Today the time has come when many global developers, they would like to have Indian startups and Indian entrepreneurs and Indian academicians as their partners as the technology gets developed. Same is the case with AI. So these two technologies, we would like to use the Indian talent for developing solutions for India and for the world.
Yeah. Do you think India can produce something equivalent to GD?
Wait for a few weeks, there would be a big announcement.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that breaking news? Let's have a big round of applause. That's exciting. A big announcement. You don't want to give us a big announcement now. Forget a few weeks. We like breaking news at the IGF in a couple of weeks.
Parliament is in session.
Yeah.
So I cannot say anything outside.
There are rules. There are rules which we of course have to abide by. I asked the Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal last night. We had a wonderful dinner which he hosted, and there was a wonderful group of attendees. Thank you all who were there last night. You keep talking about startups, Minister, and I asked him, there's been a bit of disruption to the startup ecosystem because of the collapse of various banks, particularly in the United States, whether it's SVB, Signature has been under pressure, Silvergate. There's been some banks in Europe under pressure as well. He said no, there's been no effect, but I'm going to ask you this as well. Has there been any effect on the India startup ecosystem at all by the ripples from the collapse of banks like SVB, which are very important lifelines for the startup ecosystem?
I'll tell you how we responded to that minor crisis.
Yeah.
We immediately engaged with the entire startup community and made sure that whatever deposits they would like to shift to Indian banks, that entire process was flawlessly executed by collaboration between 3 different arms of the government, and not a single startup in India was adversely affected by this minor crisis. I think our banking sector is today very resilient. If you look at the banking sector's health, the balance sheets, very healthy balance sheets, just like the country's balance sheet. Banking sector's balance sheet is also very healthy today. So we have requested all the startups, don't think about putting your funds in any bank anywhere, put your funds in India, and I'll request today all the international startups, all the global startup community also, think of India as your trusted banking sector.
Let's finish off. We've got a big round of applause, big round of applause. Minister, we have 55 seconds. Just give us, as a wonderful start to the India Global Forum Annual Summit, the theme of this panel in the next sort of 30 or so minutes is setting the pace on technology and innovation. Give us a great call to action on India setting the pace globally on technology and innovation.
Sector after sector, friends, I welcome all the global entrepreneurs, all the global researchers, all the innovators to make India as your home for developing trusted technologies for India, for the world, for your countries, for the world.
Big round of applause. And a massive round of applause for the Minister, Ashwini Vaishnaw, Minister of Railways, Communications and Electronics and Information Technology, and my brother. We share the same birthday. How about that? Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll see you again. Thank you very much indeed. Right, we're going to quickly change the big round of applause as we change the furniture. You keep clapping. That's fantastic. We're going to change the furniture. We're going to get our studio attendees up. Can we get the results of that last Slido poll up as well? How would you describe the state of tech and innovation in India? And by the way, I want your answers to that cricket Slido as well. What's your favorite cricket stroke? Square cut for me. Favorite cricket stroke? Can we get the results of the Slido as well? And fantastic introductory speech there from the minister. So many amazing stats. 22,000 trains a day in India. That's mind-blowing. That's one or two more than we get here in the UK. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're ready. I'm going to sit in my chair. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's get our next panel up to the stage. Get my notes ready. This is setting the pace on technology and innovation as well. Let's keep the energy going. Let's get Rajan Anandan up to the stage. MD for Sequoia, India and Southeast Asia. Can we clap these gentlemen as I say their names? Amit Kumar, Director, Google Cloud India. Good to see you. Abhimanyu Munjal, CEO, MD of Hero FinCorp, and Dr. Surabh Garg, CEO of UIDAI. Next to me, we've got Rajan. You're there. Brilliant, brilliant, and brilliant. Everyone in the right place? Yes. Surabh at the end. How are we doing, gentlemen? Awesome. Feeling good? Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah. Gentlemen, let's get you in the right seat. So we've got Rajan next to me, then Amit. Yeah. Oh no, it's. That's right. Rajan first, then Dr. Sarg. Excuse me, then Amit, and then. Abhimanyu at the end. There you go.
Abhimanyu and then Amit.
There you go. We're fine. We've got it all in the right place. Okay, good stuff. Gents, how are we doing?
Fabulous.
Yeah? Feeling good? Feeling pumped up?
Can't wait to ride those trains.
Yes, ride those. They're amazing, aren't they? Rajan, you're there. Great to see you. Whoa. We talked a lot about the startup system there with the minister. What is it? Just paint that picture for me, Rajan. What's it like? How vibrant right now from where you're sitting is the startup ecosystem in India right now?
Yeah, it's a very interesting time in startup land around the world, and a similar dynamic in India. I'd say, look, I'd start with the headline, which is it's a great time to build and it's a great time to invest. Now that seems quite counter to what you read in the media. There's a funding winter.
Yeah.
Banks are in trouble.
Which is the truth, but it's not holding India back. That's what you're saying.
No, not at all, right? I think, look, what we've seen in India today is a couple of things, right? One, there is a slowdown in late-stage funding. So if you're trying to raise a Series B, C, or D, or pre-IPO. However, the early-stage market, which is seed and venture, so if you're trying to raise $500,000, $5 million, $10 million, that market continues to be very vibrant. Yeah. So that's one. I think second is, what's exciting us is the quality of the entrepreneurs, Mark. Every year continues to just get better, right? Because what we're seeing now is if you go back a decade, the first Indian unicorn was 2011, that was in Mobi, right? And now we have over 100 unicorns. And what that has created is a talent pool, right? Where new entrepreneurs now actually come with a lot of experience. They understand problems deeply, they've seen scale, they've been in these startups for 3, 4, 5, in some cases 10 years. So one, the quality of entrepreneurs is getting better. I think the second thing that's very interesting is we've seen this Cambrian explosion of opportunities in India, right, across every sector. Third, I think 40% of new seed-funded companies, so seed is between $500,000 and $5 million. If you look at new seed-funded companies in India in the year 2022, 40% of them are building for the world from day zero.
Yeah.
So it's not just India, but building for the world. And I'd say the last thing really is the emergence of what we are calling hard tech. These are deep tech companies that have IP that combine software with some aspects of hardware, right? So, for instance, the minister talked about semiconductors. Sequoia in India, our firm, we've made our first 2 semiconductor investments. And if you had asked me 2 years ago, would we make a semiconductor investment in India, I'd have to sort of pause.
Things have changed.
But today, things have changed, and they're just one of the many sectors. So I'd say
Yeah.
it's a very, very interesting time.
Yeah.
It's not easy, right? Especially if you're a company trying to raise growth financing today, it's not very easy. But the reality is, look, last year in the first 7 months, India dedicated funds like ourselves, I see Karan here from BCAP, Axel, Lightspeed, and many others, raised over $7 billion. So there's actually no shortage of capital, but the bar has gone up.
Saurabh, let's get you involved. You, of course, CEO of the Unique Identification Authority of India, UIDAI. How are you driving? Just let the audience know. And for those overseas who don't know much about this wonderful digital identity system, how are you driving tech innovation in India?
Yeah, just to give a very, very brief introduction of what the unique identity.
Can you hear? No, got a problem with the mic. Let's try that again. Sorry, Saurabh. Maybe we could bring up a handheld mic, because there seems to be a problem. Wait 1 second, Saurabh. Wait 1 second. Can we just bring up a handheld mic? Try once more, Saurabh. Yeah, it definitely doesn't work. Let's bring up a handheld mic. Saurabh, stay there. You're not going anywhere. I'm going to come back to you, because the clock is ticking, and it scares me when the clock is ticking. Abhimanyu, you're doing amazing things with India's next generation ultra-lean credit champion. I love that. How are you utilizing your role to promote tech, to promote services in India's financial services industry?
Yeah, so I think tech is helping us promote access to financial services in the country. It's actually inverse, right? We are not promoting tech. Tech and data analytics is helping us give access to the underserved. And at Hero FinCorp, our purpose is to empower every Indian's dream of upward mobility. So to give you an example, 10 years back when we started the business, we used to take about an hour to process a loan. Today we do 6 loans a minute, right? So tech has actually enabled this shift. And we are able to cater to individuals who don't have access to the formal financial services. 70% of our portfolio is new to credit. There's no credit history. So using AI and data, getting alternate data to actually go to evaluate credit worthiness, we are actually boosting consumption. I'm of a firm belief that India is trading up, right? And India will trade up as the GDPs start growing. And there are consumption needs of each individual. So I believe tech, data, analytics is actually helping Indians uplift their lifestyle and really trade up to the next level, from two-wheelers to cars to homes to consumption, the whole story.
Yeah. Saurabh, let's get that mic up. Let's see if
Yes,
it works. Let's start that question again. How are you at UIDAI? How are you driving tech innovation in India?
Yeah. So if I can just say, Aadhaar, we have reached a stage where 100% of adult residents in the country have an identity which is Aadhaar. And this is an identity which is verifiable anytime, anywhere. And we are doing about 70 million authentications every day. Whoa. So this is what is really driving a lot of the kind of work that was talked about on the credit enablement. We are getting the banking system on board so that the first element of that trust, which is to be able to identify who that person is with whom they are doing the transaction, that can be done. And I would say this is in fact the basis of the digital public infrastructure and the India stack, which the minister was mentioning in the previous session, is what we can do to ensure that something which is open source, something which is scalable, which is interoperable, which is affordable, and which can be accessed by people who are not literate. For example, the authentication of Aadhaar can be done using a fingerprint or the face. And there's also another, the Bhashani, which is being developed, so that a voice-based enablement can be done from any language which that person speaks. So that's the kind of focus, how to onboard people who are at the bottom of the pyramid and how they can seamlessly be able to use products and other services which the different startups and private sector can offer.
Yeah, let's keep on the subject of startups. Amit, you're at the end. Good to see you. You're far away, but it's fine. It's not a problem. Tell us how Google is helping startups in India solve problems, because we're all about solving problems here at the India Global Forum. How are you doing it at Google? Not just in cloud, but as an entire entity. How are you helping solve startups' problems?
First of all, Mark, good morning, and thank you for having me here. I think the spirit of this event was very well described to me when I saw the minister running to stage. to do his kickoff, and the Honorable Minister gave such an amazing session. I think this is the new India.
Yeah.
And as Rajan mentioned, there's a lot of startup action and hustle happening in the country. Coming to Google's role in that, I think there are two aspects. One is the tech aspect, wherein cloud basically plays an enabling role to startups. We help them think about their businesses while we run their setups and scalable, reliable, secure ways. But at the end of the day, startups are all about solving problems. And you know, the kind of problems that we see getting solved today using cloud and using other technologies is just amazing. People are evolving from just running basic services to now talking about how do we improve customer journeys, how do we improve customer onboarding, how do we make customer journeys end-to-end more seamless. We have customers in the Bharat environment who are basically serving the broader India, and there's a lot of work we are doing along with them around creator economy, around helping people find jobs. We have customers in the agriculture business who are thinking about crop protection. We have customers in health tech thinking about how to improve healthcare using cloud. And there's a lot of that spectrum. I could keep going on and on and on. But I think the biggest, I would say the topical conversation today is how do we help our startup customers monetize?
Yeah.
Because a lot of them are thinking about making money, and the whole funding winter is about startups making more money. And I think that's where Google can bring in a very unique approach of all of our assets in the consumer businesses. So there's many examples I can give you where we are sitting down with
examples.
our startups.
We love examples. As we always used to say at Bloomberg, names make news. Give us names. Give us examples.
So give you examples of some of our customers. Everyone's here heard about ShareChat. ShareChat has about 200 million users, an amazing sort of video platform. We help them with their recommendation engines. We have a company by the name of Purple, a customer by the name of Purple that sells beauty products to customers in tier 3 and tier 4 cities. We have Apna Time as an example that is a sort of a LinkedIn for blue collar jobs, customers like that. And I think the topical conversation back to the thing I was saying is a lot of our startups are thinking about how do they address customers and how do they actually make money. And I think that's where a lot of examples of helping customers think about advertising. You have digital assets, how do you convert them into money?
Yeah.
And at this stage, I won't give you a name because we're still working with many of the startups, but there are a lot of interesting use cases there.
Yeah. I want to come back to what you said, Rajan, a little bit earlier about the quality of the founders improving dramatically. You're a founder. You're in a startup. What are the qualities, at Sequoia, what are the qualities you're looking for, and how have those qualities evolved in this difficult backdrop? But you say that backdrop isn't stopping things. It's a thriving ecosystem. But still, what are the qualities you're looking for in those founders?
Yeah, I think, look, basically 50% of investments that we make at the early stage are pre-launch companies. In many of those 50% of our investments, not a single line of code is written, right? So essentially, it's a founder bet, and you believe in sort of the markets they're going after. So what do we look for? Look, we look for founders who have very deep insight of the problem that they're going to solve. You don't have to have a founding team, but if there are two, then we're looking for complementary skills. So let's say a great product manager and a great engineer, or maybe it's a great go-to-market founder with a great engineering founder. So we're looking for the set of skills. So one is insight. Second is sort of these functional skills that give you the ability to launch, iterate, and then hopefully build out the company. I think the third thing we're really looking for is storytelling. I think you come from the world of storytelling, and I think a lot of founders underestimate the power of storytelling, right? So I can't tell you, every day I have a simple thing. Between 3 to 4 new companies I meet, every single day. And there is a dramatic difference between the founders who can tell their story versus the one that just can't. And by the way, if you can't storytell, you only have one strategy, which is you better have insanely good metrics. Insanely good metrics.
Which many don't have because they haven't even begun their journey, I guess.
And early stages, right?
Yeah.
Because you're early stage. So I think those, and then lastly, look, we're looking for resilience. Look, the reality is it takes 10 to 15 to 20 years to build an enduring company. Along the way, we did the analysis, Mark. On average, a startup has 5 near-death moments. You run out of money, your co-founder leaves you, your competitor launches with like a $200 million funding round, they discount the hell out of it so that you can't really compete anymore. These are all near-death moments, right? So on average, so basically resilience becomes very, very important. So we're trying to understand, look at somebody's background and say, Is this a founding team that's going to stay together, go through 5 near-death moments, and make it through the chasm? So those are the sort of things we look for.
Surab, we've got a minute each, gentlemen. Time is too short here. We need longer panels, but we're giving you so much content and so much added value today. Surab, what advice would you give to other countries? We're talking about India setting the pace here, looking to implement a similar digital identity system to Aadhaar.
I think a lot will depend on the stage at which each country is in their digital journeys. And definitely anything which is to be implemented, as I mentioned, the basic principles that we have used is of interoperability, affordability, and scalability. I think these three principles are key to anything, and the focus has to be that any such activities have to support two major issues: developing trust and increasing productivity. So those tools, those infrastructure, those digital products which build these two will really act as a further base for further economic growth.
Trust is massive. To you, Abhimanu, what's important going forward? It's cybersecurity, lower operating costs, and of course increasing personalization. How are you going on that journey?
I think going forward, we are in an era of quantum leap, like the minister said. We're going to move from phygital for Bharat to actually completely digital. And we'll do this via embedded finance. I know it's being used a lot, but we're actually going to democratize credit, and I'm sure other players of the marketplace will democratize financial services by really giving access to the financial services at the point of sale of product or services. So we'll embed ourselves using data analytics, using business rule engines into a product and service. And I think that's the way forward to actually give access to financial services to the next billion people in the country.
And Amit, on the subject of costs, how is Google helping startups with money on the costs front, cost and optimization?
I think it's a very topical conversation these days, Mark, because a lot of our customers are hearing from the VCs about, or from the investors about how to save costs.
Right answer is free.
So what we do with these customers is we sit down with them and look at, once again, both landscapes. The first simple landscape is the tech optimization. Whatever you do as a startup, you sometimes don't necessarily look at, while you're growing, and especially when you're growing rapidly, you don't look at how you grow and you don't look at optimization. So I think the job that we do on a day-to-day basis is sit down with our founders and help them optimize their costs through tech optimization, through system optimization, through looking at how to architect their networks and their cloud setups. And I think the second aspect is, again, a lot of FinOps training and sitting down with customers around FinOps and helping them optimize their cloud spends. Because if they do that, they make more money and they grow faster. So it is a very, very important topical conversation today.
Right. Is Zain here, by the way? Zain Ravji, table 4. Are you here, Zain? You're going to just say a quick, this is our first 4 intervention. Are you here, Zain? Oh, brilliant. Get a mic to Zain. Zain, give us 40 seconds just of spice and juice from what you've heard, how inspired you feel after that. Let's get a mic to Zain. Go for it. Give that man a microphone. You haven't got one on you, have you? Give that man a microphone. Where are you? Where's the mic? Where's the mic? No mics. Come on, guys. Where's the mic? Where's that? Zain, just shout. Yeah, can't hear. Here it is. We're running out of time. I'm the time police. Give that man a mic. Okay, good stuff.
Good morning, Mark. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Yes, loud and clear. Yes, this question is for Mr. Amit Kumar from Google Cloud. We have heard of Amazon and Microsoft making a lot of investments in India, in Hyderabad especially, and keeping India's data within India. I wanted to ask you, with Google being one of the biggest companies here in India, are we planning to set up shop as big as the other companies in India, or do we have a strategy?
A short answer, Google already has a fair amount of data center investments in India, and we are actually the only cloud provider to have a cloud in 3 different zones, 2 seismic zones in India, so in Delhi and Mumbai. And we have a fairly large cloud presence in India. Answer is yes.
Thank you. And do we have any strategy to increase our footprint in pan-India?
All the time. That's what I do.
Oh, great. And a small quick question for Mr. Rajan from Sequoia. Are we also investing in physical digital infrastructure assets, or mostly tech companies and software companies like you were mentioning?
Yeah, I think, look, I'll tell you, in our current surge cohort, which is our early stage program, we have a company called MetaStable. It's a recycling company focused on lithium-ion batteries. You'll hear from us in a couple of weeks. We'll announce a new investment in the green hydrogen space, which is a specific piece of equipment that actually is quite, it's a 10x product from what you see out in the market. So short answer is absolutely. I think hardware is the new software, and we think that India's time has come.
India's time's come. Gentlemen, thank
you.
you so much. Big round of applause for our panel and for our wonderful floor intervention as well. Gentlemen, you can come off stage. We're moving quickly. We're getting things off quickly. There's the results to our wonderful question. Edie, setting the pace on technology and innovation. What's your key takeaway? Collaborate. Be a good storyteller. The scale of opportunity. Storytelling, storytelling, storytelling. It's so important. Here's a great storyteller. I'm a big fan of hers. IGF studio hostess, Talking Tech with Edie Lush. Edie, take it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. Right, I think I need my microphone. There we go. Thank you very much, Mark. I feel like we're back at Bloomberg TV, and I feel like I'm at Bloomberg TV here in my studio over here. So we are talking tech in this next section. Part of how India is setting the pace is, of course, by having the right idea for the right moment. And for the longest time, where I'm from, Silicon Valley, Western startup culture was really based on that idea of the burn rate, how fast you could burn through millions or even billions of dollars of investor capital. In a new world where cash is, of course, no longer cheap, guess who has a better idea? Do I hear you say India? Yes, you got it. So in Hindi, I may pronounce this incorrectly, correct me if I'm wrong, the idea is jugad, frugal innovation. I say it all right? Close enough. So, to translate for those of us from Silicon Valley, means don't burn your cash like it isn't worth anything or will keep flowing forever. So, I'll introduce our guests in turn as they come to our panel, but let's start off here with the founder and CEO of Jet Synthesis, a master of frugal innovation himself, Rajan Navani. So, Rajan, you have said that your mission is to make India the frugal innovation hub of the world. So what does that mean to you, and how are you going to do it?
Thanks, Edie. I think you just said it, right? I think India is going to show the world, how to move from doing more with more, to doing more with less, to doing better with less, to doing new with less, to doing different with less. I truly believe that is probably going to be India's largest contribution to the world, especially over the next 25 years, as Prime Minister Modi likes to call it, the Amrit Kal, the time when India is going to establish its position in the world very differently from the way the rest of the world has done in the past. Because I don't think in the history of mankind has a democratically elected country of 1.4 billion people moved from being a developing country to a developed country. And I think it's going to require a lot of levers to drive the price performance curve and many other aspects, that will make this shift happen. So I'm a very firm believer that technology is going to play a big role in helping shape that. If we looked at it, as the minister was also talking earlier, the digital infrastructure stacks that we have, digitalization, the pandemic has accelerated AI, ML, every single technology that is there is going to enhance performance and probably drive costs down for consumers. Indian consumers are also very demanding. And especially
very
when you look at
sensitive, is that right?
And when you look at millennials and Gen Zs,
right.
I think they say they not only want value, but they are also values conscious. So I think they're choosing the companies they're going to work with, the products they're going to buy, and to me, really that's the Indianness that's going to go out to the world. So I think developed countries are going to look at a framework in frugal innovation that's going to say Indianness inside, which is both value and values, and that driving the future of the world. So I'm truly excited about this potential of India.
I love it. Okay, so I'm going to come to Arnab now. Arnab Kumar, you're the head of India market expansion for Coinbase. Now, expansion of any sort for crypto feels like a heavy lift these days. I wonder how you're approaching the relaunch of Indian crypto market, and is frugal innovation an interesting concept for you?
First of all, thank you for using that word, frugal innovation. I mean, the minister in his opening remarks mentioned about how India has pioneered massive infrastructural development at scale for the masses. I mean, if you look at Coinbase's motto, it's economic freedom at scale. But zooming out and looking at the more larger Web3 picture, the promise has always been decentralization. The promise has been technology in the hands of the consumers and the users. And if there was one place where it all makes sense, it's India. And so our approach to building in India is to build on top of that, and hence we have been deliberately measured in how we approach this market and build on top of the phenomenal technological advancements that have already happened in financial services, in digital identity, and in series of other consumer-reaching technological interventions. So that's where our approach would be, build on top of it rather than trying to build an alternative to that.
Interesting. I know that there's a little bit of hubbub going on in the room. Can I make sure that our attention is back here on the studio? We may be to your right, but we are having a fantastic conversation here. So do keep it down, but do, of course, if you'd like to grab a snack, do that. Do it quietly, though. Thank you. So, Stefan Graber, you are the Deputy Chief of the German mission to India. Germany is India's largest European trading partner. I'd love you to talk about some of the partnerships that you're forging around technology and innovation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. So we have a very close cooperation with India as far as our companies are concerned and as far as our science community is concerned. So we have some of the brightest science communities representatives here, and also of some high-end German companies. So several companies, they are investing heavily in India.
Give us some names.
I don't want to promote a single company, but there are several companies, of course, in Bangalore, and you might know them.
Right.
But they are from the automotive side, they are from the digital side. So they are investing there because they think this is the time to be there. It's what has been said, this is a country where you can trust it. I think this is very important for our companies. It's a reliable environment. And therefore, just to give an example, there are 50,000 people in one company working in the research and development part in Bangalore. And they not only shifted the production line, but they also shifted the responsibility for their products. So this means we have a lot of trust in India. That's one point I wanted to mention. And when you said about frugal innovations, I think I'm not so an expert in frugal innovations, but what I might say, I'm not so happy with this term frugal because
really?
It might
like
not
quite
fit
a German concept as well.
Yeah, nevertheless, I'm very self-critical on this.
Stefan.
But perhaps we should call it affordable excellence. And when I follow the discussion here, I think we very much connect with our Indian partners. That's what you have in mind when you think about frugal innovation. That's affordable excellence that gives the consumers where they want to go, that gives more female inclusiveness. And I think that's the way you are going, what the Prime Minister has been saying, empowerment of the consumers and of the customers. I think this is the idea behind this conference.
Interesting. I want to talk about, you talked about consumers, and of course, alongside the consumers are the people who are building this technology. And I think there's so many young people in India, and that's part of, I think, both what Arnab, you're building, and also, Rajan, what you're building. Talk a little bit, Rajan, about Gen Z and their preference and interest in gaming, esports, entertainment, and other aspects of life that are part of the platforms that you're building.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting you bring that point up because Gen Zs, you know, those who were born 1995, and Gen Alphas were born 2010.
Right.
And Gen Betas, who will be born 2025, is one population sect which India is going to really have over the next 25 years, both as consumers, as people who are going to get into employment, etc., for the world. And it's very interesting that when you look at their passions, and we built, you know, Jet Synthesis around their passions, which line around esports, gaming, engagement. You know, 17% of the world's gamers are in India. We have 500 million gaming population, but we are barely 1 percentage point of the $180 billion industry. So the upward movement in these areas, esport, you know, you talked of cricket, and we run the world's largest esports simulated cricket.
Okay.
And we talked of America and India. I must say there was an esports championship organized in electronic cricket on Real Cricket and Sachin Saga on our platform, and the US team actually beat India.
Oh, really?
And that's when the undersecretary who was in the US, who represented the youth, said this is how the youth of the two countries will connect. So I think India's, you know, Gen Zs will not only create a lot for India within that, but also engage deeply with the world and build this bridge, which connects youth around everywhere else.
Right.
And their concerns truly are around, health and livelihoods, but I think both are around the spaces of more preventive. When you look at wellness, you look at some of the values that I talked of in my earlier comment, and really look at how they are shaping themselves and the world differently as we move forward. So I think it's a big opportunity.
So Arnab, talk about how that youthful talent is also helping to build out Web3 and how that might be an opportunity for India in a way that maybe generative AI isn't so much.
Sure. So if you look at Web3 and if you look at how India has progressed across the technology spectrum over the last 10, 15 years, three important advantages that India has, which makes India the center of Web3 development for India and for the world. First is the phenomenal talent and the talent edge that we have. If you look at the talent or the tech gap between Web 2 and Web 3 and the product nation that we have become, that talent gap is, or the product gap is not massive. So a fantastic Web 2 developer can become a very, very good Web 3 developer in no amount of time. That's the first part. The second part is, unlike other traditional technologies where India may or may not have a tech debt piled over several years, Web 3 is less than 10 years old. Everything that is being built in the open domain in front of all of us while we are consuming, using it. So that tech debt doesn't exist for India. The third and the most important part is we have had early successes in Web3 in India. I mean, some of them are on table 4. If you have time, come in and do join us.
Table 4, give us a wave. There we are, all right, tech talent right there.
So early success in an area of technology where things are still being proven. I mean, we have companies that have become billionaire unicorns like Polygon, etc. Very early stage, but successful. That's what we have.
Okay.
So combination of three things: talent, no tech debt, and early successes. That makes India probably the center of Web3 development going forward. Building for India, from India, building for world from India.
We need to stop. I want to give Stefan the last word. Just give me a quick word on how disruptive you think technology should be, because we all know we also need reliability alongside the trust you minute. Very briefly.
I think technology should be very disruptive. We always should shoot for the moon to try for the best and to excel in our ideas. But as we said before, we have to empower our people, so the human being is always at the center of it. So it's to the benefit of our people, and therefore we will have success.
Okay, all right, that wraps our introduction to Talking Tech, Frugal Innovation, making your rupee go further. Hopefully you'll carry some of this conversation to your tables as well, the much anticipated IGF Roundtables. 30 simultaneous conversations. I am sure there's going to be a lot of passionate and lively debate, all here in the same room, looking at how we set the pace. Now you can post your own ideas on the dedicated Slido roundtables, and where I'm looking forward to hearing what ideas come through on Slido. To our hosts for the tables, a reminder to you, we'll be looking for you to get a summary of your tables, and to everybody who is seated now, make sure you're at your allocated table. If you haven't been allocated a table, you can have some networking opportunities just outside. I will see you on the other side. Let's have the roundtables commence.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
Phone for table 9, and I'm going to ask table 9 what you've been talking about, the nuggets of information you've been discussing. Then I'm going to go to Edie, and she's going to, here we go. Yay, there's no, who wants to be the spokesperson? Tell us about what you discussed, the salient points.
Hi guys, I don't think anyone's listening to me. Is anyone listening?
Yeah, everyone listening? Listen. Let's have a listen. Tell us what table you are.
We are a table that is going to set the pace on FDI.
Yeah, setting the pace on foreign direct investment. Yeah, what have you been discussing?
No, we only discussed all the stuff that needs to be done, not what's being done.
Yeah.
So I think
when it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good. When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
Well, if there is one issue that the world needs India to be setting the pace on, it is climate. The IPCC has given us its starkest report yet. The rate of temperature rise in the last half-century is the highest in 2,000 years. Concentrations of carbon dioxide are at their highest concentrations in at least 2 million years. And as the UN Secretary General told us very recently, the climate time bomb is ticking. But the good news is we know how to defuse it. And our next guest is one of the most sought-after voices, ministers on the world stage, given India's place in addressing the challenges raised by climate change. I'd like the room, I love the lively debate that's taken place in the room. I'd like you to settle down as you give a very, very warm IGF welcome to the Union Cabinet Minister, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and the Minister of Labour Employment for the Government of India. Please do welcome Honourable Minister Bhupender Yadav. Honourable Minister, welcome. How are you today?
Thank you.
Very nice to see you. In fact, I'm delighted to see you in person because I had the honor of speaking to you in Dubai, but you were on a screen and I was there. So it's great to see that you're three-dimensional as well as.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. So, you know, I'd love to start with that IPCC report. We had such a stark warning the other day. There isn't any debate about what we have to do. We know what we have to do. Quickly reduce and eliminate greenhouse gases, and India is such a critical part of that. So I'd love you to talk me through India's strategy to combat climate change.
Recently, IPCC report also shows that we are in the danger line. And India is the country, and amongst the few countries, those who committed their NDCs in 2015 in Paris, and they achieved it 9 years before. Even 2015, we declared in our NDC that we achieved the target of the renewable energy of 165 gigawatt. We achieved in 2021 also. And that's the reason we are amongst the 59 countries, those submitted their enhanced NDCs in Sharm el-Sheikh also. So first, what India declared its NDC, India already achieved it, and India already submitted its enhanced NDCs. Second, we also fixed our target of net zero 2070. India is among the few countries, those submitted their low energy carbon roadmap of 2070. Third, we are the part of some climate action program also, like International Solar Alliance. Apart from that, the Coalition for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure. We are also a partner with Sweden, where the low carbon energy program, we have taken an initiative, especially for the industries. Those are working into hard to abate industry, like aluminum, steel sector, transport sector. So we are very on the path of climate action under the leadership of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi.
Interesting. So I'd love you to speak a little bit about some of the things that are happening here. And I know that solar is one of the big pushes here. Now, I was reading The Economist recently, which was warning that India's strategy to combat climate change, and especially around solar installations, wasn't doing as well as the target. So by the end of 2022, India had installed a total of 63 gigawatts of solar power capacity, still an increase of 14 gigawatts over the year, but short of the government's 100 gigawatts target. So I'd love you to give me that as an example, what's happening.
No, we are on the very transparent policy. The present government is presented by the government of India is completely a green budget. As a country, in the last budget, we floated the scheme of green bond, and this time in our budget we proposed the scheme of green credit also. Apart from that, India has also invested a huge money in the renewable sector. Government also invited a fair policy framework to invest in all these measures, and you see we are amongst the countries, their capacity of the renewable is increasing much higher than compared to the other countries.
Okay, interesting. Now, I know that we spoke with the Honourable Minister Piyush Goyal last night about waste, that India is not a use and throw away culture. Despite that, I have in my travels around India seen a little bit of plastic waste. single-use plastic, and I'd love to explore this idea of the circular economy further in India. And I know that the LIFE initiative is part of that. Talk me through the inspiration behind India's LIFE industry and how you see it setting the pace on mindful consumption.
That's the reason our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji initiated a Mission Life program. Mission Life means mindful consumption rather than a mindless utilization. Reuse, recycle and reproduce in our ethos, and we are very much confined on the circular economy. As the Minister of Environment, we have already issued the guideline of the rubber use, the used oil, their regulations. Apart from that, we are also issued the guideline of the EPR guideline about the electronic waste. As per the single-use plastic is concerned, we legally banned this use of single-use plastic in the last year. We are taking a stringent action, those who are illegally use this single-use plastic, but we are very much committed for the sustainable earth. For that purpose, we are emphasizing in our policy also to promote the circular economy, and we are making so much policy program about that.
Interesting. So I wonder how India is addressing habitat loss and biodiversity as well as combating, balancing further industrialization. We heard from the minister this morning about the incredible infrastructure projects going on here. So tell me how you balance that with biodiversity.
We participated in the last Montreal COP also, where the worldwide target fixed in the Montreal COP. And we also supported the idea to reserve the 30% area of the world, sea areas as well as the land area, for the purpose of preserving of the biodiversity. We have an independent National Biodiversity Authority. We are also making a 240,000 biodiversity register in every village where we are. We are also conserving our biodiversity area and core rich area. That's the reason we are declaring 16 areas as a hot biodiversity spot. Apart from that, because the biodiversity conservation, it is necessary to maintain the ecological balance also. Under the Government of India's scheme, under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, we are running several projects like Project Tiger. Recently, this Project Tiger completed the 50 year. We are having a 53 tiger reserves area. We are also running the Project Elephant. We are having a 33 elephant reserve area. Apart from that, we are also having a Project Lion, and only the Asiatic lion that is in India. India also feels where there is a ecological wrong is there, we must establish the ecological harmony. That's the reason, first time in the world, we brought the cheetahs from Namibia and South Africa and translocated them in the Kuno National Park. So as per the biodiversity is concerned, we are very much committed to increase the tree cover also, and recently we are going to amend this biological diversity bill also, and we are very much committed to provide the access benefit right to the vulnerable communities, those who are living with the nature, and that's the reason India is very much committed the target which is fixed under the COP, under the biodiversity COP.
Interesting. Now I know we've got a couple of questions from the floor. Can we get the mics to Karan Mullah and to Neeraj Markin? If you've got a mic, stand up, because I don't know where you are sitting. Got the mics? All right, I've got another question, so let's get those mics to Karan and to Neeraj. So I wonder if you can tell me, COP28 nearly 8 months away, what are India's focal points for the next COP? What does India want to achieve at that COP28?
As per the COP28 is concerned, what we have already achieved in the earlier COP, let us we move further for that. In last COP, COP27, there was an agreement on the loss and damages. And I think this meeting for the loss and damages will be started soon. So what we decided in the loss and damages fund, I think we will go ahead, and we also want that more share to the developing countries must emphasize in that future negotiation also. Apart from loss and damages, it is a time.
Is there enough money coming into the loss and damages fund?
So,
is there enough money coming into
that's
the loss
the reason.
and damages?
That's the reason we what decided in the last COP in Sharm el Sheikh. Let us the negotiation will be held, and the scheme will be made to provide the money and all the other things also. Apart from loss and damages, there was another issue which was not completed in the Sharm el Sheikh, new quantifiable goal. And it is a time that we will fix our new quantifiable goal also for the future prospective issues. Third thing, in Glasgow COP, there was a decision of the Article 6, but the rules and procedure of Article 6 is not to be finalized. We hope that internationally that will be also go there.
And remind us what Article 6 is. Just remind us what Article 6 is.
Article 6 is for the carbon credit market and all these things. That's the main thing. And the main thing is that the developed country has not fulfilled their earlier commitment to provide a $100 billion fund as well as the technological transfer also. India feel that developed countries must fulfill their promises. And the other thing which we also promised in the last COP, to provide the early warning system to every humanity and every country. So we are committed for that. As per India's big role is concerned, we always says we are always to become a part of solution for this climate change debate rather than to become a part of problem.
Thank you very much. Right, let's get our question from the floor. Where is Karen? Karen Mola. You should have a mic. There, he's over here, so we need to get a mic over here, quickly, and with speed. Here we go.
Thank you. Minister, just quick question on the LIFE initiative and its impact on society. You mentioned a little bit about it, but perhaps if you could give us a little bit more into how the impact has been on society in general and the near-term targets for that, that'll be helpful.
Thank you. And while you answer, if you could get that mic to Neeraj.
Thank you very much. When there was a Paris Agreement, it was the part of Paris Agreement that we must give a respect to the civilizations or the values where the sustainable consumption is preferred. And we feel that this earth is a mother earth. Broadly, we say whatever we have taken from the earth as a useful thing, but whatever we again revert back to the earth as a garbage. That's the reason either as in terms of energy, the carbon is concerned or the other thing is concerned. And it's basically depend upon the mindless utilization of the things. Suppose India's population is 17%, but our carbon emission is 4%. The developed countries' population is also 17%, but their carbon emission is 60%. So where we will go? If every person utilize the resources in a mindless way, then this one earth is not sufficient for that. And this earth is not for this generation, it's for the future generation also. So the question is how we sustainably consume the things from the earth and our lifestyle also. That's the reason in the last COP also in Sharm el Sheikh, it was emphasized, let us we go on the sustainable lifestyle. Even in the last COP, which was on the biodiversity COP, it was also emphasized by the world also that we will go for the sustainable lifestyle. And sustainable lifestyle with our personal behavior, our societal change, our mindset, our policy. So we are also having the civic sense, we are also having the law sense, we must having the environmental sense also. Whatever we used from the as a resource of the earth is not only ourselves, it is not only for the human being, but all living being of this earth. That's the reason Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji initiated Mission Life. He gave a call to the global call of the ideas, how we utilize these resources of the earth in a sustainable manner. And I think this mission will popularize in the world also. It's got the support from the world leader also. So sustainable consumption with our behavior, with our lifestyle, with our policy is the mission life, and which is promoted by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi.
Interesting. Okay, and what about from Neeraj? Where's Neeraj? Here we go.
Hi.
You're on. Just.
Yeah. Hi. Good afternoon, your Minister. Just wanted to ask one question. You know, India has given its targets for net zero, and there's obviously a plan behind it. So if you could throw a little bit of light, what are the plans and how we as international investors can help India achieve its net zero targets? You know, which areas where the international investors can look at investing and helping government drive its targets towards the net zero side?
Thank you.
We have already started some big initiative in renewable sector, in hydrogen mission, in green bond, in green credit, in natural farming, in electronic vehicle, in energy sector. There are the area where we are making a fair and transparent policy. We have also declared our 2070 policy also that we have already submitted. You are invited. We are having a transparent system, fair system, and the system which is very much achievable for the targets.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Neeraj and for Karen for those thoughtful questions. And I'd like you all here in the room to give a big, very warm thank you to the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, from climate to broader issues around geopolitics, and I'll be walking over this way to the IGF studio, and I'd like to invite our next guest to join me here, Dr. Vijay Chautaiwali. He'll be joining me here on stage shortly. No better guest, I might mention, since 2014. He's been in charge of the Foreign Affairs Department of the BJP. He's an author, a frequent commentator, and most recently the editor of a new book. So he's going to be joining me here on stage. Come on. Oh, he's waiting for his microphone. So why don't we just give him a handheld mic and he can join me up here on stage. Here we go. All right, he's got his mic. Let's give him a warm welcome. Thank you very much, Dr. Vijay. How are you? Good. Actually, you can raise your chair if you like, but I see that you've handily brought a copy of your book. There's one particular word in its title, shaping. Talk me through, you portray a new India under Prime Minister Modi, and that active word shaping is really central to the book. So tell me about it.
So when we thought about this book, there were a lot of challenges. World was just coming out of COVID, and the Ukraine-Russia war just started. And then both these issues have resulted into so many crisis moments for the world, including the supply chain, energy prices, the COVID vaccination supply, and also related issues related to the issues with China. And therefore, we thought that we should take a review of all these things and come out with a compilation of articles.
If you put the book up, we'll give you a free plug there. So
yeah.
If you show it there, we'll.
Thank you very much.
Great. Okay.
So this book essentially covers all the hard issues as well as the issues related to technology, issues related to climate, India's soft power, and also, of course, the strategic issues and also economic issues. And how India is steering through these issues while protecting the interest of India, but also giving a helping hand to many countries across the world, and also remaining as a steady force in this climate of flux. So this is the theme of the book.
The India that you describe in the book today is very different than the one that existed even a decade ago, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Give me a flavor of that.
I think India today is making the deals and agreements and partnerships based on the mutual interest, rather than getting bracketed into one group of countries versus other group of countries. This is the basic change that has happened during Prime Minister Modi's regime. And this has given India enormous flexibility to have a different kind of agreements with the different countries. In all these things, definitely the India's interests are of supreme importance, but also the global interest of the rule of the law. And now India is representing itself as a voice for Global South, which was unheard of in this current environment. So India is also being a voice of several other countries who were not properly heard on the global platforms.
Interesting. So geopolitics, as the word suggests, geographic, but it's also increasingly thematic. Climate, we just spoke about, health, equity. How does that approach, how does that shape India's approach to diplomacy? And how does that diplomacy shape India as well?
I think India is in a very unique position because of it has the technological strength, which so many multinational technological companies present here. We have now a financial muscle where we can not only nurture our own population, but also give assistance to the needy, like what we are doing in Sri Lanka or many other countries. We have a soft power in terms of not only educated class, but also in terms of giving yoga and other things. And at the end, we are the climate champion, which you must have heard right now, and putting a very ambitious goal for ourselves and our sustainable policies are inherited in our culture and heritage. And we are just propagating it and implementing it in the modern terms. So in all these contexts, I think India has poised to lead many issues and put itself as an example in front of the world.
Interesting. So we're gonna bring Mark on stage in just a moment, but I want to think about this idea of mutual interest and areas of shared mutual interest instead of aligning yourself with one or another side of the world. Now, I know in the last week we've had a really interesting 3-day meeting between the leaders of Russia and China, and I wonder what the deepening alliance between those countries means for India as well.
I am not the right person to answer this question, but I guess right now our relations with China are not at its best. We have an
Neither
issue.
is the United States, so we're with you on that one.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
But with Russia, we have a traditional ties, and therefore this combination of Russia-China puts an interesting issues in front of us, and we will see how this alliance develop in future.
You're also Prime Minister Modi's emissary to the Indian diaspora. And in Silicon Valley, where I'm from, we have a diaspora there, many other parts of the world. Tell me what the role of that diaspora is in India's global influence.
First of all, let me tell you that Indian diaspora is very diverse. It is not uniform. We typically connect Indian diaspora with either blue-collar workers in Gulf or IT people in Silicon Valley. But there is a range of people in practically every aspect of trade, economy, education. Indian diaspora is making a lot of gains in the countries where they are staying. And therefore, they have become a big voice for India and Indians in general on the global platforms. And we consider it as our big asset. Prime Minister Modi believes that they are our informal ambassadors across the globe. And in past also, there are many instances where this diaspora has contributed immensely in enhancing bilateral relations.
Example?
For example, during the civil nuclear treaty with US, Indian diaspora played a great role. And definitely against several crisis moments during COVID, diaspora has given very generous donations to the non-government organizations for relief in India, and also given a lot of material help also.
Interesting. So we'll pause there. I know Mark is going to join me on stage with his panel. So let's get them on stage. You don't go anywhere. We're going to come back. I want you to listen carefully to the discussion here that Mark has with his guests, and we'll get a few more thoughts of yours in just a moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Big round of applause for Dr.
Yeah,
Vijay.
I think my mic's on. There we go. Just while ahead of bringing on stage the two High Commissioners, we've got a lovely question for you on Slido. The question is very relevant for this next discussion. The question is, can we bring it up, the question? What are the biggest challenges in international relations? What are the biggest challenges in international relations? Please get on Slido. Right, Alex Ellis, British High Commissioner to the Republic of India. They're jumping the gun, these High Commissioners. They didn't even wait for me. They're so eager to get on stage. And there's David Pine, the New Zealand High Commissioner to India as well. Gentlemen, good to see you. Thank you very much for joining. Should we answer that question? Because we love Slido so much. If you answer the question, High Commissioners, then it'll inspire our audience to be brave and get on this wonderful Slido app. So, High Commissioner Ellis, if I could start with you, what are the biggest challenges right now in international relations?
For those of you who haven't yet read the Integrated Review Refresh, the UK's latest strategy document, let's reel them off, because they're in that. Number one, greater global competition. This is a much more contested world than the world of 10 years ago. Secondly, not a challenge, but really an opportunity, the shift in power. 50% of the world's growth will come from this region until 2050. Thirdly, the kind of common goods we hold are getting worse, particularly on developments in climate change, and that's partly as a result of what Russia's done in Ukraine. So those are probably the three biggest ones, I would say.
Yeah, High Commissioner Pine. Yeah. Biggest challenges in international relations. Beat that. Do you have a document as big as that one?
No, we don't. But I think the consequence of those three challenges, and I wouldn't disagree with them as the preeminent ones, is the weakening of global institutions.
Yeah.
I think keeping faith with the bits of the system that are still working, particularly the world trading system, is a message I hope everybody takes home to their respective
What are the institutions that are working, and which are the ones that aren't and or need reform or binning?
Well, they all need reform. I think, you know the old saw about security being like oxygen and you don't notice it till it's gone. I think this is very true of the World Trade Organization. We all see the problems. We've seen a tick up in trade barriers. We've seen a failure to conclude the Doha round. We've seen troubles with the dispute settlement system. But we've lost sight of what it's actually delivered over 70 years of patient negotiation. There are probably one or two people in this room who are alive today because of the vaccines that India miraculously was able to produce, something it still hasn't got as much credit for internationally as it should have got. Would that miracle have been possible without the global value chains that are underpinned by the World Trade Organization? I don't think so. The inputs for every little vial came from 160 plus different countries. So we absolutely can't take for granted or lose sight of the importance of that fundamental set of rules. It still has the engagement of all the large powers. It's still the one organization that both China and the US are fully engaged in. And, you know, ministers meet again in Abu Dhabi in February of next year, and I hope everybody goes home with a message to their own governments: keep engaged, keep faith with the World Trade Organization.
Yeah. Is that the message that you're following, High Commissioner Ellis? Is the WTO still as apt as it was all those decades ago? If I suddenly miraculously made you head of the organization, how would you, you've just been, I don't know whether it's a promotion or a demotion. I'll let the audience decide.
Hospital pass, I think we call it.
How would you fix it? Because clearly it needs fixing.
Well, you need to bring in countries like India more into the center of those institutions. That's why UK in its strategy document endorsed again India becoming part of the UN Security Council, because these institutions have to reflect the reality of the world today and the reality in 10 years' time. India will be one of the 3 defining countries for the rest of my life globally. And so you've got to have it in the center of all these organizations.
As we're talking about trade, High Commissioner Pine, let's talk about your New Zealand's trade relationship with India. You recently ended talks on a free trade agreement. You're concentrating instead on a business relationship. What happened to the free trade agreement talks? Why did they break down? And is business relationship as sort of loose and floppy as it gets?
Look, I think it's important that FTAs don't become the measure of success. They're one tool, and in some circumstances, then perhaps not the right tool for the job. Our talks for an FTA hit political obstacles that were probably based more on perception than anything else, but nevertheless, there we were. So it's difficult for India to be perceived to be opening a market of 1.4 billion and to turn around to its industry and say we've secured access to a country of 5 million people a long way away in return. That's a political reality, it's not an economic one. But we'll always want an FTA, of course, we're a trading country, but we've found that it's now more productive to focus on what we can do together, and what we can do is a lot. New Zealand.
What are the key areas? I know that
New Zealand has a lot to offer in the agricultural technology space to issues that would be transformative and would make a much bigger impact than being able to sell them some
climate change, sustainable agriculture. I know digital economy's big, the green business as well.
All that stuff.
High Commissioner Ellis. We were sitting on stage in London in June talking about cricket and going to Lords in the early 1980s. And back then there was a different Prime Minister. Remember Boris Johnson? Since then we've had a few, but not to dwell too much on that. What happened to the whole Diwali, India, UK, FTA? By the way, I did ask Piyush Goyal that exact question last night. He sort of delicately said, it wasn't really a target. I mean, it was to many. What happened to the Diwali deadline? And is there another deadline? How soon are we to achieving that prize of a UK-India FTA?
I think we are quite a long way along that.
Right.
I think we're now into the tough bits at the end, which makes for a tough negotiation. I think there is a lot to gain from both sides from doing an FTA, and I would say there are 3 things which should drive us towards a swift resolution of this negotiation. One is it gives us greater opportunity in both markets, lower tariffs, greater access for mobility, for example, greater access to services, lower cost trade. It brings benefits to both sides. Secondly, I think it gives greater confidence to investors. UK and India are big investors in each other's economies, but I think we could go a lot further as India internationalizes more. And thirdly, it gives greater security. One of the reasons we're doing FTAs with countries like India is because we are natural partners in a very contested part of the world. So there are some reasons for trade and economic reasons why we should do the FTA. There's some others as well. We're into the tough bit, but the tough bit is always the fun bit too.
Yeah, the tough bit's always, get a t-shirt, the tough bit's always a fun bit. Can we talk, High Commissioner Pine, about the South Pacific, the Indo-Pacific regions, including the current state of security? High Commissioner Ellis talks about the importance of security. Tell me about the growing influence of China in the Pacific Island countries, and also New Zealand's view of India's growing influence in that region.
Yeah. What have we seen recently? We've seen Nauru opening a High Commission here. Remarkable, isn't it? And very, very welcome from our perspective. For us, we're very clear that the Indo-Pacific is our region, but the bit that India calls Oceania, so that's the Polynesia, Australasia, Micronesia, and Melanesia, that's our part of the Pacific. And obviously, we're very focused on the security of that region. We don't want to see it militarized. We want it to see it as a peaceful and nuclear-free part of the world. And that has been consistent for 40, 50 years. And our view of what's best for the region hasn't changed. I don't think I need to comment in front of this audience about the type of pressures that are going on that view. Yeah. But we certainly see India as a partner that has a lot to offer in our region. It's already engaging more. I think we'll see in Papua New Guinea a meeting of the Forum of India and the Pacific Island countries. We welcome that. We welcome the greater engagement. It's a terrific partner with a lot to offer.
Yeah. In our remaining minutes, High Commissioner Ellis, just tell our audience how important the Indo-Pacific region is for the UK.
It's going to be important for the world. As I said, over 50% of the world's growth will be in this region between now and 2050. The greatest shift in technological power, sometimes in security power. That's why our integrated review refresh talks about the kind of Atlantic Pacific. In other words, you can't just concentrate on one theatre. You've got to look across the whole of the world. For the UK, that's important in security terms, but not just trade terms, also knowledge terms. It'll become more and more of a generator of knowledge in the next few years. So it is the central region of the world over the next 20 or 30 years.
The two High Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. Thank you very much indeed. We are continuing the geopolitical chat. Let's get over to Edie, way over there in the IGF studio for the World Uncut section.
Right. Big wave back to you. So thank you very much to Mark, and thank you very much, ambassadors. So Dr. Vijay, I'd love to hear your reaction, first of all, to what we heard there. We heard discussions about growth concerns, climate, the institutions that need reform, the WTO. Of course, interestingly, we have another member of the diaspora, head of the World Bank, well, here with us on stage, but also head of the World Bank, Ajay Banga, from previously the CEO of MasterCard. So I wonder if you could give us a reaction to some of the comments you heard there.
It's very clear that some of the institutions that have been built after Second World War and during Cold War have diminished relevance now because they are underrepresented by majority of the most populous countries, including India.
Yeah.
And therefore, there is urgent need for reform so that not only population but geographies are adequately represented in these institutions.
Interesting. Okay, well, speaking of Indian diaspora, hard to imagine a more powerful example than our guest here who's joined us on stage. Carl Mehta, the chairman of the Quad Investment Network. First of all, tell us, what is the Quad Investment Network?
Sure, thank you. So Quad mission or objective is to ensure Quad's leadership in critical and emerging technologies, and under the principle of a free and open Indo-Pacific. And it is critically important now than any time before, or actually more than important, it is an imperative, because there are countries that are establishing their technological dominance and undermining international rule of law, and that has ensured regional security and prosperity since World War II.
Yeah.
So it's really important for the large democracies to come together, like-minded countries, and establish a trusted corridor and trusted geography to maintain leadership and actually to create leadership in those critical and emerging technologies.
Interesting, okay. So I'd love to hear, you offered an example the other day, Carl, about the reordering of geopolitics and globalization, creating an opportunity for India. Semiconductors, no doubt, one of those big opportunities. Lesson is broader as well. Give us a little more.
Yeah. Well, we have identified about 10 critical and emerging technologies. Semiconductor is number one. I've just authored an op-ed that was published in International Business Times, giving statistics and data about how much choke point we have in semiconductors. Like 70% of the manufacturing is concentrated in a particular geography. Indian government has done extremely well by setting up an ISM, Indian Semiconductor Mission. There's a $10 billion government help. And there's a number of companies from the Indian corporates that are working towards it. But beyond semiconductor, there is a technological power race that's happening, that's undergoing. Let's talk about quantum computing and communications. The IT minister in the morning mentioned about quantum communications conference going on. China has more patents and papers published in quantum computing and quantum communications than all the 4 Quad nations combined, which includes United States, Japan, Australia, and India. So that's quantum communication. Let's talk about clean energy and critical minerals. In pretty much every major critical minerals of the supply chain in batteries, whether it is lithium or nickel or cobalt or even magnets, we have a country that has a monopoly, pretty much monopoly, 100%. So we have a choke points. So that's another critical technology that we need to address pretty quickly. There are areas around AI, there is cybersecurity, because the next battlefield or
I think we've lost your microphone, so we'll pause while we get your mic back on, and running out of time, but Dr. Vijay, give us your comment on what you've heard.
Well, what Carl has said, they are all very relevant issues, and the danger of not addressing them immediately are quite imminent. Too much monopolization has taken place, and we have ignored some of those areas for a long period of time. And no single country can overcome these challenges, and therefore the Quad-like alliance, where it is not a security partnership, but it is there to address many more such issues, including the healthcare and vaccine, which India is taking lead. I guess this is the way forward.
Okay, all right. In fact, we've run out of time here, so I'm going to thank you very much, Dr. Vijay, and to Carl. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to our guests here at the World Uncut. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to be passing the stage back to Mark. We'll be exiting the studio. Mark, over to you for Climate Matters.
Yeah, thank you very much, Edie. A seamless transition. Please stay there in your seats. Lots more gripping content coming your way. Let's bring up to the stage my 4 guests. I have a virtual guest and 3 physical guests. Let's go virtual last, because I think he's ready, but we'll just do this anyway. First up, Sanjay Khare, Vice President of Safety and Sustainability Strategy, Skoda Auto. Sanjay, if you'd like to sit next to me.
Hi, I'm here.
He's the virtual one. Yeah. That's live for you. Things happen. Sanjay, where are... There you are. Hi, Sanjay. Good to see you. Sanjay's virtual. He's there. Jagjit, let's get you sitting next to me. Jagjit Shireen, Principal Dalberg Advisors. Great to see you, Jagjit. Pulkit Srivastava, co-founder of EVH. And finally, last but not least, Hitesh Sharma, Country Manager, Printing Supplies and Services, HP. Gentlemen, thank you all for joining us. Let's get you involved, Sanjay, Mr. Virtual. How are you doing? Sanjay, how do we transform the old infrastructure? You know, what needs to be done in the 3 key sectors, their energy, their manufacturing, and their transportation?
So the clear answers start that we have to understand the urgency first. Urgency first has to be understood by everybody, from top to bottom, from left to right. That is where the action starts. First action has to start with the word taking a commitment and understanding the urgency, number 1. Number 2, all across the sectors we have to understand where the wastages are happening, whether it's energy or it's resources. We have to start cutting down, minimizing them, and see where the wastages are. And number 3, wherever possible, we move over from the traditional ways to newer ways, the renewable ways, the better ways, and last but not the least, innovate for the future so that we can quickly move towards the bigger transitions what are required to be in line with the Paris Climate Agreement. What I'll say is that business as usual versus an accelerated mode of achieving net zero. So I'll say these are the 4 factors which are applicable for each and every sector of the industry. Do you want me to elaborate more?
Keep going, Sanjay.
Yeah, I'm unable to listen to you right now. Somehow there's some issue, I believe.
Okay. Sanjay, we'll come back to you in just a second. We can hear you. You are breaking up, but not a problem. Jagji, great to see you. You, of course, are principal of this wonderful strategic advisory firm. You work across private, public, philanthropic sectors to fuel inclusive growth. Inclusive growth is your big thing, and you're helping clients achieve their goals. How are you working with the public, with the private, with the philanthropic sectors to achieve that inclusive growth?
Thanks for that question. I hope it's working.
Oh, are we having a mic problem? Just try again. Jagji? Yeah. Is your mic on? Where is it? Oh, there's your mic. Let's click that on. Here you go. There you go. I've done enough of this when I was in TV.
Thank you.
Is that good?
Yeah,
can we hear it? Yeah, is that good?
Good.
Yeah. Sorry, answer that question. All yours.
Yeah, thanks. So we have kind of broken down this climate problem in 4 buckets.
Yeah.
First is transition of financial sector in a climate smart way. Second is getting a handle on the physical impacts of climate across different sectors of economy and what are the solutions. And third is the energy transition, where you have to green all sectors of economy and clean the electricity, which would electrify all these sectors of economy, and plus there is hydrogen. The fourth bucket is just strategy. How do you internalize climate risk and opportunities at the board level? Then you translate that into the action plan, then funding decisions across the institutions. So what we're trying to do is work with players you mentioned, public sector, right from policymakers to executives at the federal and state level in India and other countries. Similarly with corporates and philanthropies. But it must be recognized that climate philanthropic funding in India is minuscule. We need to grow this and make it much more catalytic. Same goes for state capacity. I think the Capacity Building Commission of India could play a great role in bringing all the civil servants of India up to speed on climate
We're speaking
science.
to Hemang Jani in about 20 minutes.
Yes.
So where is he? He'll be here in a minute, and we can put that question to him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The point is that you need to break this climate problem into opportunity.
Yeah.
Bring a climate competitiveness frame to Indian growth story, and bring all these players to work together rather than in silos and build the state capacity. And we are working across these spectrums with our clients.
Thank you. That was absolutely fantastic. Pulkit, tell me about, is it EVH? Is that how you say it? Yeah, of course it is. And you're doing amazing things. Not a lot of the focus is going into commercial vehicles, because it's easier to understand the vehicles that we drive as citizens every day. But that's your focus, and you're doing some incredible things. How can electrification then of existing and future trucks contribute to positive climate change?
First, thank you for having me here. 36% of pollution in a city is from automotive. 2% of vehicle contribute to 50% of that pollution. And sadly to say, what you drive as a person going to office, you hardly contribute to climate change. You do, but it doesn't impact that much. What matters is electrifying anything which moves 18 to 20 hours in a day, which are freight vehicles. 70% of pollution is in greenhouse combustion is from diesel vehicles, and we need to reduce that significantly. What we are trying to do is making cities cleaner and starting with India. That's what we are doing. So I don't know why there's been a policy overlook altogether in terms of even the FAME subsidy which exists. There is no carved out scenario for just electric trucks. We've been in existence for the last 9 years. It's a very difficult thing to do, to manufacture trucks. I hope forums like this allow policymakers to realize that if you want to make cities cleaner, you cannot ignore trucks.
That's your message, is it? Say it. The policymakers are here. They're listening. They're going to watch these videos. What's your message to them?
Fast charging. Solve fast charging.
Yeah.
Make sure that the subsidies which you're creating, you carve out specifically that electric trucks need subsidies for that. Third, circular manufacturing. Let's not ignore it. We keep talking about it, but it's not how you manufacture. It's not only what you manufacture, it's how you manufacture. We can manufacture EVs at 1/10 of the cost base in manpower. Still, state governments do not recognize what we are doing because we need lesser space. But we can produce same number of vehicles in lesser space and be more profitable. It's first time it's happening in India, where somebody has inverted the pyramid and can manufacture vehicles in 1/10 of the cost base in manpower. Start recognizing it.
There you go. That's your message, policymakers. Hitesh, given that this panel discussion studio chat is called "What are the climate tech solutions that can enable this transformation?" How is HP using technology towards climate action?
Okay, thanks, Mark, for that question. But I'll take a liberty here to move away from technology alone and bringing in the tech twin, which is technique, which brings a lot of, or makes a lot of difference on how technology can make a difference or impact. So borrowing Professor Manoj's trio of skill, scale, and speed, technology can solve or is a function of skill alone. But technique is something which can actually ensure scale and scale at speed. And I know that you love examples. Let me give you an example how HP does it.
Yeah.
So if our technologies can ensure collaboration with nature-based solutions like fiber-based packaging innovations, we match our technology of let's say 3D printed molding solutions as a tooling tool for them to be able to customize it to different industries and industry utilizations. That ensures both scale and scale at speed. That's one example. Another important technique is how do you ensure it has a systemic thinking approach to it. You don't just limit your understanding on your products and solutions and offerings, but how does collaboration across different systems of societal elements can bring in larger impact. An example again, on our circularity endeavors, what we're doing is we're using ocean-bound plastic as a content to build products, laptops, computers, printers. In fact, HP was the first to build a personal computer using ocean-bound plastic. Now, to do so, there is a huge investment, societal investment, to upskill and formalize the so-called informal sectors of waste pickers, to really get them together as a collective and bring them as a supplier in our value chain. So it has a systemic, I would say, dimension to it, not just limiting to the circularity of our products, but also how do we upskill the society as a partner to it.
Hitesh, stay there. Gentlemen, you've got about 40 seconds each because we're running out of time. Let's get our virtual man. Sanjay, in 40 seconds, tell us about this wonderful Go to Zero mission. I saw you in LinkedIn, you had your bicycle and you were ready and you were roaring, ready to go. Tell us about the Go to mission, why it's so important. Are Indian corporates signing up to it?
Okay, so Go to Zero is all about becoming totally resource neutral, climate neutral by 2050, all across the entire value chain. Right from resource to use phase of the car and to the end of the life recycling. All the across we have observed some 17% to 18% emissions come from the incoming value chain, 2% is in-house manufacturing, 70% plus is the use phase, and last 5% is in the recycling phase. So we have to work across all the four sectors. Switching over to newer electric vehicles, say that will certainly save upon the 70%, but that's a long-term, long-drawn strategy. In India, we are still not yet ready with the detailed battery battery-based setup to take care of the entire automotive processes. The right thing is right now to focus upon the low-hanging fruits. What we can do in the in-house manufacturing, what we can do with our value chains. In-house manufacturing, we have become more than 30% energy self-sufficient using solar power, more than 18.5 megawatts we installed on our rooftops. And this energy is 60% cheaper also. What I say, good thing for the Earth is also good for the economics also. We have become zero waste by totally recycling 100% of whatever waste were, including the paint shop waste. We have been able to 100% recycle our water, and not just that, we are conserving 20% more water in the communities outside. So this is all we have tried to set up an island over here of excellence in sustainability in manufacturing, where we are not putting any burden on the resources around us on the earth. And that's this magic we are trying to work along with our value chain of our suppliers and dealers. So that is what is the thing we are working upon right now.
Well said, Jagjeet. Really, really quickly. I know you've done you're doing a lot of stuff in India, particularly a few years ago. The initiative, the India Climate Collaborative. What else are you doing in India? Give us some examples.
So one of the initiatives we are driving along with stakeholders is climate smart transition of financial sector overall. So there are two big pieces. One is the risk side, the physical and the transition risk. What kind of taxonomy you use, whether it's green or shades of green, black, brown, in between. How you measure it, assess it, and how you disclose. That's the risk part. And then the opportunity part. We are bringing this new frame of climate competitiveness. It should be a race to the top rather than race to bottom. How we bring all the supply chain players to play on this opportunity side, how we grow the climate tech. That's all we are bringing, working with regulators like SEBI and RBI, down to private sector and public sector banks, to individual investors like you and I. If I want to have a climate smart portfolio, what metrics I should use. So we are, just to summarize, working across the spectrum to change the discussion from just climate finance, the $100 billion, to trillions of dollars of financial sector in a climate smart transition way. Thank you.
30 seconds each. Pulkit, tell us about the manufacturing and platform that you have, the in 30 seconds, good luck, your micro modular manufacturing and the EVH platform, because they're doing things a different way, aren't you?
What we have done is, as I mentioned earlier, inverted the pyramid of how you manufacture. We have one platform on which we can produce anywhere between 1 ton payload to 2 ton, 3 ton, 5 ton, 10 ton, 20 ton.
Yeah.
What that allows us, it's like a Lego piece meets with a rubber band. Instead of creating a factory with one structure and one platform on which one vehicle could be put, we have created a rubber band kind of a platform on which different vehicles can be done. It does two things. One, it allows us in a lesser space produce more number of vehicles. Part one. Part two, we need lesser capex to then from the same factory more vehicles coming out and eventually a customer paying less and a better total cost of ownership in 30 seconds.
Well said, well said. Hitesh, very quickly, this is it. Big moment for you. The mindset change. What sort of shift do we need to scale the impact towards sustainable development?
Thank you so much for that question.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to that. I think mindset, in addition to systemic thinking, circularity, what's also important is the balanced narrative of not just sustainable production, but also responsible consumption on the other side. Sustainable production alone cannot solve the issues unless it's matched and incentivized through a responsible consumption, a market on the other side. Here, with the policymakers around, I think a great start could be bringing in sustainable procurement policies.
Yeah.
That would be a great start to be able to not just incentivize greater, good, greener deeds, but also ensure that we are able to scale and scale at speed.
A massive round of applause for our wonderful IGF Studio Climate Panel. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and our virtual guest as well. Let's move it on. We're keeping up the energy. We've got our plenary town hall now on climate finance, investment, and technology, hosted by, you know it. Here she is, Edie Lush.
Thank you very much, Mark. All right, well, that was a great setup for our next town hall, investment, finance, and infrastructure. Before we get going on this next panel, we're going to give you a Slido poll. So what do you think is holding India back around finance, infrastructure, and investment? Go to slido.com and put your answer in there. What's the greatest opportunity? And we'll show you that after this panel. So let's bring up my studio guests. I'm delighted to be bringing up now Nitin Jaiswal, Head of Asia Pacific for Bloomberg, as well as Karen Mola, the General Partner of B Capital. Let's give them a warm welcome. They can come over on stage here. While they come on up, I'd like to just tell you, in one sense, the climate challenge is really simple. We, humanity, have built a modern world based on energy from fossil fuels. And the emissions from those fuels are breaking the climate. We broke it, so we need to fix it. But how? The greatest innovation challenge, I would say, that humanity has ever faced is how can we get to net zero through investment and technology? And once again, how can India set the pace? So, Nitin, the UN just released its climate assessment. There isn't any debate on what we have to do. We absolutely know it. To quickly reduce and eventually totally get rid of greenhouse gases. So the challenge is, how do we do that? So where do investment and technology come in?
Yeah. See, first of all, after doing 9 panels, I get to be on the panel to speak, so it's always good.
Welcome.
Yes. Thank you. So I think, as you rightly said, there is an urgency. The challenge which I see, the action of individuals and institutions to solve that crisis, that is lacking. Okay? We have the money, we have the capital. We have seen when Ukraine crisis happened, when the banking crisis, the capital actually came in. Okay? So now the way I actually look at the whole thing is, instead of looking at capital and technology, we need to step back and what I call the convergence of 5 I's. This is something we discussed on our table also today, is the way forward for us to solve that. So what are the convergence of 5 I's? Okay? So the first challenge which we see is the intention. Okay? So we have to have intention where everybody trusts each other, because that is lacking in the climate space today. Okay? So that is the first I. The second I is the innovation. That's where the technology comes in. Because if you look at what happened in financial markets, it was the technology disruption by the fintech players which forced large players to adopt technology. And what is happening in climate space from 1993 till now, not much has actually moved. And the only way you can make that happen is by forcing companies to actually get these new companies to adopt the technology, and that disruption will help. So we have the intention, we have the innovation, and the third I, what I call, is the information. Because today there is so much of information and misinformation that people are able to basically misuse it. So we need to step back and see how are we going to streamline the whole information so we are able to measure whatever the technology, whatever the investment is coming in is actually moving in the right direction and is creating the right impact. So you minimize the concept of greenwashing. The fourth I, what I see, are the institutions. How do we hold institutions accountable for their commitment? They started making commit from 1993. Every time that commitment get pushed forward. So how do we hold them accountable is something we need to really look at, and that's where the intention also come in. And the last I is what I call the inclusion. So the way I actually look at it is, because today we are asking institutions to play a very important role in solving the climate crisis using technology. But we are not making individuals, you and me, accountable and a stakeholder in that. Unless and until we change our behavior, unless and until we demand from the institutions to change their behavior, it is not going to happen. And inclusion, apart from individual, as the minister said, the next I is about the life or the circular economy. Okay? So if you are able to have a convergence of these 5, the investment will come rather than just focusing on technology. My closing submission on this is we need to match the urgency of our action to the urgency which we have in the climate space.
Interesting. Very well put, Nitin. So I'd like to bring in Karen Molla, the general partner at B Capital, investing in very promising startups. Tell us about some of the strong ideas that you've seen. Are there enough strong ideas to invest in and enough capital to fund those ideas at scale to reverse the harmful effects of climate change?
I think that's really the central question. So, by a lot of estimates that we've seen, India alone will require about $10 trillion over the next 20 to 30 years.
It's a lot of money.
So that's one. Globally, it'll be close to 100 trillion over the next 20 years. So it's a lot of money. Evidently, there's been a lot of capital that's been raised, more so in the equity side of things. However, the kind of solutions that are needed to build out require a lot of infrastructure, project financing, debt financing, blended finance. I think all those solutions require a lot of patient capital as well. So I think there's a confluence of those factors. At least our belief at B Capital is capital will be available but the kind of solutions to the point Nitin was also making need to be not just tech-oriented, they will be tech-led. But there is a huge component of infrastructure, of physical assets, and the kind of gestation periods required, which are not necessarily associated with technology and tech startups. It has to be a combination. The kind of startups or the kind of companies that we're looking at and that we see, and we may not invest in, but I think where we see a lot of encouragement globally is around the whole area of climate adaptation and mitigation as one, in the areas of food and agriculture and circular economy, in EV enablement, and around climate, around carbon capture, carbon science, etc. Now you could look at these in 10 different ways, but essentially that should capture most of it. I think the big challenge that we see right now is there's a lot of capital that's being available for tech-led solutions, but the kind of capital that's required for slightly longer term period projects is probably less than what's actually required. And that's a big area of focus where it cannot just be venture and private equity funds, but much larger pools of capital, which are possibly a combination of public and private, which is sort of needed. And I think the biggest challenge that we see is, should this be looked upon as from a financial rate of return or a double bottom line, so more of an impact point of view? And I think the answer lies in probably a bit of both. And changing that mindset is a big part of the challenge that we see today with different stakeholders in the ecosystem. And some of them touch, in the 5 I's that Nitin mentioned so eloquently. I think that's a really good way to sort of capture it. But ultimately, I think it has to be led by adoption from the corporate side, from the traditional industries. Because unlike the digital side of, whether it be e-commerce, fintech, etc., the real distribution will come from traditional businesses in manufacturing, in financial services, in retail, because that's where the outreach to both end businesses and end consumers is the highest. So that collaboration needs to be really, we need to be joined at the hip for that. I think getting that right is probably the single hardest thing to do, because it requires an alignment of interests which may not be necessarily always aligned, always at the same time.
Right, interesting. How do climate innovations, Nitin, stack up against other investment opportunities that we're seeing out there in other fields like gaming, healthcare, e-commerce? Are we sucking money, capital from what we need to do to fund things that might just be good to do?
Yeah. So I'll take that question a bit differently. So I think this is something very important for us to look at. And so we always take the climate tech as something like fintech, because we are so enamored with fintech. We have to change our mindset, from the policymakers' perspective, the way they are going to formulate the policies, the way they're going to come out with the tax breaks and the support, from the investors' perspective, and also from the startups. The skill required to be a clean tech entrepreneur is much different than any of the other, because here you are creating a real infrastructure. You are investing a lot of money in R&D, which is not the case with most of the other sectors. So I think if we want to accelerate climate tech, I think we need to step back and educate everybody that it is different completely to a larger extent from the other other techs.
Interesting.
So
that's change of mindset.
Yeah, change of mindset is what we need if we really want to accelerate investment into climate tech.
Karen, you noted recently that 3 of the largest global asset managers, BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, Ray Dalio's Bridgewater Associates, publicly noted that the underlying opportunity of India was there, and that they plan to invest more in the country. So say more about climate innovations and how macroeconomic factors could really make this next decade transformational for India.
And I think, the Minister Vaishnav actually covered that in his opening presentation as well. So it's a confluence of what global asset managers and allocators of capital are saying, A. B, it's what the government is doing in its part in setting the agenda for climate. And to your earlier question, I think climate touches upon every bit of every sector today. So climate is a horizontal, but also a vertical. And the kind of innovation that we see, which is, and it's 2 very disparate sets. One is looking at solving problems for India, which are very unique, very different from a lot of the global north problems, and quite different from a lot of the global south problems as well and challenges. So that India layer is one. The other is innovation from India, again for the world, like we've seen in SaaS. That will be more digital and tech-led. We've already invested in companies that are doing that today. So the availability of capital, the focus on India, the encouragement from and policy setting from the government, and just, I think, innovating in the right way for the right kinds of solutions in climate, where India is a great test bed, and then you're able to export that outside. I think that's what will lead to a lot of this next set of companies coming out of India in this sector.
Thank you, Nitin, and also thank you very much to my panel, to Karen, for your thoughts. Our time is up, unfortunately. The climate time bomb's still ticking. We're going to pass back over to Mark, who's going to be taking over the IGF studio with his panel on the money. So thank you very much. Thank you, you guys, too, as well. Thanks, Nitin.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. Okay, this is On the Money. Back in the day when I was on Bloomberg, I had a show called On the Money. So it's fitting that I'm on the money once again here in New Delhi. Toshihiko Kurahara, Chief Representative, Japan Bank for International Cooperation, is here. Hemangjani, Secretary, Capacity Building Commission, and Sujoy Bose, MD and CEO of National Investment and Infrastructure Fund Limited. Toshihiko, welcome from Japan. Great to see you. How are you're pushing under this new plan for a free and open Indo-Pacific under the Kishida administration. How are you financially tackling that?
Thank you for having me. Yes, very recently, Prime Minister Kishida announced his new vision of the free and the Indo-Pacific here in India, Delhi, and his plans mostly took over the Abe-san's, Prime Minister Abe's, the free and open Indo-Pacific vision, and also added some sort of a new additionality for his vision. Basically, the Asia is growing very fast, and we need our original the plan to grow. And then, so we are taking the voices, real voices from the Asian countries more, and utilizing the Western countries' capability as well, not just rely on the West. We are cooperating with each other and find our new ways to be self-reliant and be more prosperous and free. So to realize the concept, Japanese government announced the more spending for Indo-Pacific regions, and we utilize its more ODA financing by JICA, and also I'm belong to JBIC and the more commercial-based government institution. And the JBIC Act has been renewed to broaden our scope of financing to finance even to the whole global chain of the global necessary goods and services. So utilizing the development finance institution function and utilizing also the private partnership, Japan is committed to support the full-sized, the functional capacity building support.
Let's talk about partnerships, Hemang, cooperative investment. How should it be utilized to build the capacity of developing countries to be future-ready in sectors, the key sectors such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure?
So let me first say that both the gentlemen on my right and left, they provide the money, and I work with the capacity to spend that money.
Yeah.
So see, when it comes to ODA and when it comes to development assistance and when it comes to money investing in core sectors like health, infra, education, etc., we must understand that that gets spent at the lowest level of government. We can't just think about the top tiers. We have to start building capacity from the lowest level first. Second important aspect is, gone are the days when we looked at all these assistance and all these programs from the humanities lens. We have to look at it from the technology first lens. So the more we build technology capabilities at the lowest level, the more effective utilization of money can be achieved. And particularly in the core sectors like health, infra, education, etc. So we have to think of how do we utilize technology for both, and how do we create that capacity at the lowest level of government first, and then tackle the challenges, and it will solve many problems.
Yeah. How's your experience been, Sujoy? You're leaving the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. You've led it for many years. How's the experience been? What takeaways could you advise other countries looking to adopt the same model?
So when I start, so the purpose of NIF is actually to provide a trusted intermediary, a well-governed trusted intermediary that can marry the plentiful opportunities in infrastructure and other sectors in India with the plentiful pools of capital, not just in India, but around the world, and do it on a commercial basis, but with skin in the game from the government. And that's really the model of NIF. When I started in 2016, as I went around fundraising, I used to say that in infrastructure, if you want to invest at scale outside of the OECD countries, then India has to play a key role in that portfolio. I've actually changed what I say. Now, from what's happened in India over the last few years, now I say that including OECD countries, the opportunity for investments, commercial investments in infrastructure and other sectors where you can scale, India actually compares easily with several other OECD countries. So I think that's if you want to build a global diversified portfolio of investments, whether it be in infrastructure or growth companies, I'm not as familiar with the tech aspect as some of the colleagues who were on the other panels. I'm sure it's the same case in tech. India, I think, is a key country where you have to start building exposure. And like we discussed yesterday, the time is now.
Would you agree with that?
Yes. And if I may add, the allocation of the money is very important. Some sectors enjoy the fruit of the funding, but some advanced sectors not, like semiconductor, hydrogen, such advanced stage, the early stage promising sectors. You need more money, risk money. So I think the government-based funding institutions and the private and the capacity building institutions will, take hands and to build the capacity building is very important.
Yeah, you're all about the skills, Hemang. Tell us about the skills, the knowledge that should be prioritized in capacity building efforts, and how should these skills be transferred to individuals and countries in developing nations?
So, see, the key is that how do we create platforms? You saw Honorable Prime Minister's statement today morning displayed in our panel, that India is not about leading technology. India is about creating solutions for solving the people's problems. So how do we create those platforms there where we can transfer this knowledge? India is coming out with a concept of digital public good. So how do we create platforms that can be converted and that can take our experience to different countries through the ODA and other development cooperative platforms? That is the key. And again, I would put more stress on that a lot of development money in capacity building should go directly at the local levels, because that is where it can make the maximum impact and it can show maximum result and effectiveness of the money that we are trying to spend here.
Sujoy, if you could wave a magic wand and fix some of the maybe issues within India's infrastructure system. Some say there might be funding issues, policy, land acquisition issues, capacity, skill development, tech adoption. What would your magic wand fix instantaneously? What needs fixing?
I think the key point that many of us talk about, and even many of our colleagues in the government talk about, is dispute resolution.
Yeah.
I think all the other aspects can be handled, and it's been demonstrated over the last few years that they're not only being handled, but they are improving fairly rapidly. The regulatory framework in India is actually not that different or not that worse than most countries around the world. Where I think we could really step up is on the speed and the process of dispute resolution. And if that happens, then all I will tell you is that the value of the assets that people are buying today actually goes up significantly. So what I would say is that the complexity that's there in the market today actually gives us great investments at great values. As those improve, the value goes up. So it's a great time to buy.
Yeah, oh good, great time to buy. Toshihiko, very quickly, give us an idea of collaboration, how we get that financial collaboration among development finance institutions, multilateral finance institutions, and private sectors from developing countries.
Sure. I think it's now is a high time for the every players in the financial sector to take hands and discuss more to coordinate the Indo-Pacific countries' requirement of capital is huge. So we have to be very coordinated to discuss and share the risks and share the coordinations and risks and costs to realize the future the funding needs from all over the Indo-Pacific countries.
Yeah. It says time's up, but I'm going to be really naughty and go to Hemang for a final question. We've talked about climate in the last section, Hemang. How do we ensure that all these efforts, capacity building efforts in developing countries can be aligned with the global sustainability agenda?
So see, when it comes to sustainability agenda, it's not only about the knowledge and skills, it's about the mindset also. So first we should work on bringing that mindset at the very centerpiece of the puzzle, the civil servants and the people who work on it. So, and at the Capacity Building Commission, we are trying to launch those programs first. That how do you make Honorable Prime Minister's program called LIFE? It simply means that lifestyle for sustainability. So how do you bring that lifestyle mindset, life mindset first at the government, and that will give us a good launchpad to start thinking about other efforts as well.
Gentlemen, fantastic. I could talk to you for a lot longer, but I'm governed by the time, please. Big round of applause for IGF Studio on the money. Now let's introduce for the final time our plenary town hall on investment, finance and infrastructure. Here's Edie.
All right, thank you very much, Mark. So our next town hall, investment, finance, and infrastructure. I'm going to ask you guys to fill out that Slido poll one more time. What is holding India back around finance, infrastructure, and investment? And what's the greatest opportunity? So let's bring on our seasoned experts to talk through this very big topic. Please do welcome to the stage Raja Al-Mazrui, board member, managing director, and acting CEO of ITAD Credit Insurance. Please also welcome Sharad Agarwal, CEO of India Emirates NBD Bank, and Gautam Shroff, MD and head ICG Nuvama. Right, well, we've got at least one panelist, so we'll ask you to come on down. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Good, so if we can have in this order, so I'm going to sit here. And then if I can have next to me Raja, and then Sharad, and then Gautam. So we'll leave the space for Raja. We'll join. In fact, I'll come sit next to you, and when Raja comes to join us, we'll slot them in. Oh, sorry, he's virtual. I'm very sorry. So we'll bring that up in just a minute. While we wait for Raja to come virtually, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the biggest investment opportunities for India. Please.
I think India investment opportunities are literally in every sector right now. If you look from what is happening in the country for the last 8 to 9 years. But if you talk about in terms of the priority, I think infrastructure is the biggest investment opportunity which everyone in the world can look for. And the consistency and the pace at which it is growing. And in the latest budget, whatever is the domestic investment which they have announced of $125 billion, that's a testimony that the country is going a big way in investment. And even if you multiply by 2 times, 3 times in terms of the FDIs, which is expected from the infrastructure companies, it's going to be a plenty.
Interesting. All right, Raja, we've got you on the screen. How are you today, Raja? Can you hear us?
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be with all of you today, albeit virtually. I'm very well. Thank you so much.
You think, briefly, is the biggest investment opportunity in India?
Technology.
Okay, I'll allow you a few more words. Thank you.
Absolutely. And, you know, as the UAE has been actively promoting the whole economic integration, not only regionally, but also globally, such as the Dubai Expo 2020, which showcased the country's commitment.
Unfortunately, you've frozen, so your line, we're going to get a
sustainability and collectors.
Sorry, we've got a bad line to you. We're going to try to refresh that. I'll come back to you, Raja. But Gautam, give us your big investment opportunity.
I think it's manufacturing. A very, very clear thrust of Government of India and from the PMO office is that we want to develop our manufacturing. So I'll give you an example. Apple used to not manufacture in India. In about 2 years' time, the manufacturing setup today, Apple exports $1 billion of phones from India. So I think manufacturing, electronic manufacturing, like 3-4 years back, the electronic exports and manufacturing used to be $10-12 billion. In 3 years' time, it's become $20 billion. So very, very clear thrust that manufacturing is a very big opportunity for investments in India. The second one that I would say is that Government of India has a monetization program of all their roads, highways, ports, railways, right? So the figure in Indian rupees is 6 lakh crores. In dollar terms, it's $75 billion. So there's very clear roadmap laid for investors if they want to come and deploy money on high yield assets, and that's our infrastructure. So I echo your thoughts, sir.
Interesting. All right, Raja, sorry to interrupt you. Let's see if your line is better now. Finish your thought, please.
Okay. So I started with technology, and back to my panelists' points, manufacturing sector has been expanding with strong focus on technology and innovation. It has received significant investments from the UAE with the establishment of joint ventures and the acquisition of Indian companies in this sector. The infrastructure sector in India is also a promising area for trade and investment, with the Indian government launching initiatives to develop smart cities, improve public transportation, and modernize airports. The UAE has shown interest investing in Indian infrastructure projects as well. The service sector in India is growing rapidly, with the country emerging as a global hub for IT and business processes outsourcing. The UAE has been collaborating with Indian companies in this sector with the establishment of joint ventures and opening centers of excellence between the two countries.
We're running out of time. I want to talk about the China +1 strategy. China opening up after being shut for so long. What should India do right now to encourage more investment here? Starting here.
Yeah, I think in last 3 years, particularly after the COVID and during the COVID phase, and everyone realized that they cannot be relying on one single source of manufacturing. And that has led India as one of the preferred source of destination on China +1. And Apple is, as rightly said, is one of the biggest example which we can copy, that they have sourced it right. They have not only started with one plant, there was news in 2 days back that they are starting another plant as well. And India, through the quality, through the manufacturing capability, through the cost of operations, has proved that they are equally competitive in giving the world the best what China has been given. So I think that in time to come, I think the conversion process which is happening, it will definitely lead to China +1, and India is the one.
Interesting. Sharad, I'd love to hear from you a brief comment about the new trade agreements the government is signing. How much investments and trade flows you think they'll lead to?
I think it has to be in billions and billions of dollars. Don't have a number to it. But yeah, I think the whole world is now looking at India as a manufacturing destination. So China was the preferred vendor to the world, but now we've probably emerged. Electronics is one. Second, I think chemicals has come up the curve. When China shut down, we've become the preferred vendor to many, many large Japanese companies, very large European companies. And I think third, what we're doing well is in textiles. So electronics, chemicals, and textiles is something that will drive, and I think we have a lot of business opportunities. So I don't have a number to put to it, but I think my guess would be over 3 to 5 years, it could be somewhere around $100 billion.
Interesting. Sorry, I thought Gautam and said Sharad, so apologies. I want to get back to Raja one more time and briefly talk about how politics affects the investment decisions. What if it changes?
We live in a constantly changing environment, and politics plays a big role, especially on trade and economic agreements, and we have to be conscious and aware of those changes, hopefully anticipate them if possible. But regardless of all of these political challenges, you have your established relationships that where trust is actually there in the business environment and the economic engagements, and these are the ones that you could leverage on. And there are the constantly changing ones that will definitely surprise you. But I believe being aware, conscious, and prepared ahead of those changes will enable the governments and businesses to step up and be ready for any of those changes as they come.
So much. Right, our very brief panel. Thank you very much, gentlemen and lady, for joining us for that discussion. We'll show you the result of the Slido poll. Round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Right, so... Okay. Running towards the end here of the India Global Forum. Got a few more segments for you. And of course, a critical question when we talk about investment in growth is inclusion. I'd like to invite the next panel to come up here and join me here at the studio while we listen to our next address. Now, our next guest did want to join us in person. Election duty, however, called in Karnataka. She took time to send us a message for us on the mutual benefits of faster inclusion. So we're going to watch a very special message to the India Global Forum from the Minister of Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs, the Government of India, the Honorable Smriti Irani.
The India Global Forum Annual Summit this year gives special emphasis to gender justice. And that is why today I proudly support the Women in Forum, a platform to discuss issues, solutions and challenges pertaining to gender across the world. And why do I say that these are issues that need to be deliberated upon globally? Because India is now setting new standards on the issue of gender justice. In the G20 presidency of India, the Prime Minister of India has now brought issues of women to the main table for discussion. Today, we women in India proudly say that issues related to our gender are not relegated to the sidelines of governance. Women-led development is now the governance mantra of the Modi government. Today, I'd like to share with you the transition from women's development to women-led development under Prime Minister Modi. In the year 2014, after a victory of great import, Prime Minister Modi from the ramparts of the Red Fort announced the sanitation program called Swachh Bharat. Under the aegis of this program, he implored governments in the states and citizens at large to come together and contribute to ensuring women in our country have access to clean sanitation facilities. And that is why, under this ambitious plan of the Honorable Prime Minister, India saw the building of 110 million individual household toilets after 7 decades of our independence. Ensuring that women are at the center of his decision-making, Prime Minister Modi also exhorted all communities to ensure women have access to financial services. And that is why under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, over 230 million Indian women for the first time now have a bank account. This being said, when the Prime Minister announced the Mudra Yojana, which was not gendered, he did implore that every Indian citizen who has a dream to start an enterprise should have access to collateral-free loans from our banks. And lo and behold, 70% of the beneficiaries of the 320 million loans given under Mudra Yojana had female beneficiaries. Apart from this, when the Prime Minister tried to support mid-sized companies and the transition of companies from SME segments to mid-sized companies, he started an initiative called Stand Up India, where close to 1 crore rupees was given as credit support to enterprises. He particularly directed that in every district, we in government find women-led enterprises to particularly support. And that is why today we proudly say that 80% of beneficiaries under Stand Up India are also women. that after 3 decades, India now has a new education policy. That policy now, for the first time in the history of our country, has a gender inclusion fund, is indicative of the fact that Prime Minister Modi is not only ensuring gender justice in the present, but also preparing the nation for gender justice in the future. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, when you come together and discuss issues related to women, remember this, that we are not only a gender that has faced many complexities and challenges, but we are also at the forefront of delivering solutions. COVID tested many amongst us. And today, as a female administrator, I should highlight that over 6 million women, frontline workers, doctors, nurses across India were at the helm of affairs when the pandemic struck globally. I also proudly say that while we celebrate the potential of Indian women in permanent commission in the Indian Army, we also celebrate them when they touch the skies through the Indian Air Force or service at sea through the Indian Navy. Today, 1.9 crore Indian women serve in various administrative capacities under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. And that is why this summit of yours, which discusses issues regarding women in the Women in Forum, becomes more important, because India has now proven a social and economic case for gender justice. For keeping humanity in, keep women in your considerations. That's my message, and I hope the deliberations will give us something substantial to work on and look forward to. Jai Hind.
Thank you. That was the Honorable Smriti Irani, Minister of Women and Child Development. So, women-led development, the mantra of the Modi government. Let's find out what our mantra should be on diversity and inclusion. Please help me welcome Bhavesh Kataria, Head of India Business Resource Solution, and Anuradha Khosla, the Senior Vice President at HCL Technologies. Thank you very much for coming. Welcome. So we know that the positive impact on diversity and inclusion cannot be debated. We also know there's still much work to be done, including, I might add, a little bit more on gender diversity here on panels at the IGF, right? But how do you create a diverse and inclusive culture, given the many cultures, languages, and regions of India? So why don't we start, first of all, with Anuradha. What thoughts?
Well, it's, building gender diversity and creating a focus on it is surely a journey. There is, as we heard from the minister, also there has been work which has been done, but it's a journey, there's lots more to do. I think we need to begin on the inclusion aspect very early, probably at the stage in school, where we start talking about inclusion, what are inclusive behaviors, what are exclusive behaviors, and bring out instances so that, children in school start hearing about this, and not just when they start doing their first job. They get into their first job, and then we are talking about inclusion and gender inclusion. We've got to, start talking about inclusion and exclusion at a very early stage.
Earlier age. Interesting. Okay, so Bhavesh, how do you believe we should increase representation of women and other marginalized groups?
I think, first of all, thanks for having me here, and it was so encouraging to hear from the Honorable Minister Smriti Irani. I think we are no more in a situation where we were 5 years ago, where we were still building a business case for having women in the key positions. I think it's about, as the Honorable Minister said, I think it's a proven case now. It's a case of, taking it forward. Encouraging women to participate in some, key portfolios. And I think we've already seen that happening already on the ground. I think there's a lot to be done still.
Like what? What needs to be done?
I guess there is a lot more to be done about the awareness, building the confidence in the women, spending a bit more about the training, for the key skills. One of the things we as an organization do is we run a program called Aspire for women who are returning to key positions after a break. We run a skill and an upskill program for the women so that they can come back and kind of perform the duties that or in some key skilled positions. So I think it's important to kind of accept, acknowledge the fact that there is a lot of skill out there, and women would want to come back and operate in some key positions. I think it's a no-brainer, to be honest. It's
Right.
just about providing that platform and the.
You also can't change what you don't measure. So I wonder, Anuradha, if you could tell me how you measure impact and what we could be doing better.
Absolutely. I cannot agree more with you on the measurement part of it, because what we, measure only will improve over a period of time. Or in fact, it will be a mirror. It will tell you where you are today, what is the path that you still have to tread on. So measurement, whether it is from a talent attraction perspective, talent retention perspective, talent development perspective, if all these aspects are measured and reviewed, because the tone has to be set at the top. If you review it on a regular basis, will you know that where the gap is and what the actual gap is? The corrective actions will emerge only from there. Do we need to push forward more role model success stories so as to encourage more women to come forward and take up those roles? Do we need to encourage more upward conversations and peer conversations within the organization, within the industries, to see that, what are the key challenges? The challenge, could be in terms of not knowing what kind of open positions are available. Today, across the country, there are umpteen open positions and available. Probably we've got to see how I, as a woman who's seeking employment in some of those open positions, has a central repository. How could tech make that enablement done for me, where I just put in my profile and it tells me these are the kind of open positions that are available for you. There are multiple schemes that are there, across the government sector, private sector, which puts forward so many open positions across multiple skills and competencies. But am I aware of those open positions? Right. Am I able to see success stories of women in those open positions? You've got to measure that in terms of how many women are actually applying, what is stopping them to apply for those positions, what is the gap that needs to be bridged, and most importantly, I began my talk with inclusion. Even in this, I would say inclusive behaviors need to be exhibited, because if I'm not measuring the inclusion quotient, whatever I might be doing in terms of attraction, retention, development will not work if I'm not experiencing a safe environment.
Well, that I want to talk about, because another way to put inclusion or not inclusion is discrimination. So I'd love to hear from both of you, what you think, how do you handle issues around discrimination in the workplace?
I guess it's very relevant to the corporate world, to be honest, primarily. I think there are policies which kind of take care of no discrimination at workplace. I think the HR of the organizations play a key role. The leadership plays a key role to define the relevant policies in the organization. Of course, we work in different sectors, manufacturing and pharmaceutical, healthcare. Mm-hmm. Depending on the work conditions, I think there will be opportunities to create a non-discriminatory kind of policies for the organization.
Policies are one way. I wonder, Anuradha, how do you stop these incidents from taking place in the first place to even need the policies?
Well, again, there has to be enough communication and awareness made that these are kind of channels which they could reach out to. It could be, in terms of mental health, life coaches. How do I reach out? I should be aware of some of these aspects. And I feel that, in organizations, it's important to measure the diversity maturity index. Like you have, if I'm wanting to decide whether I want to invest in a particular organization, financial investor is deciding based on some ratings, AA, AAA, etc. Similarly, are there ratings for diversity maturity to see whether, how mature is this organization on their diversity and inclusion practices?
Interesting. So Bhavesh and Anuradha, our time is sadly up, but I want to thank you both for your thoughtful comments and responding to Honorable Smriti Irani as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
All right. Thank you so much.
Take care. Thank you very much. And beautiful. Next time I'm going to wear a sari here. All right. We did it. Well done. How was your first Bollywood production?
Really good.
Excellent.
Really good. I enjoyed it. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So we want to know from the audience what their biggest takeaway was. We'll get a Slido poll going on that. But Mark, what was your biggest takeaway?
we have been spoiled by content. I love the start. I love the fact we had Ashwini Vaishnaw, the Minister of Railways, giving us this wonderful presentation on what India is doing on the capex front, where it's investing, particularly in railways. I mean, these railways are not 21st, they're 22nd, 23rd century. Yeah. That was amazing. Clearly there are challenges, but the positivity. I mean, compare being here in New Delhi to being in Europe, where there's a lot of clouds, but India is thriving despite the clouds, isn't it? What did you take away?
I took away, actually, from my chat with Bhupender, Honorable Minister Bhupender Yadav, the Minister of Climate, I took away the sense that India knows how much the climate opportunity means. There's a lot of investment going into renewables, arguably, as The Economist told us recently, could be putting even more. But there are some headwinds that aren't necessarily to do just with India.
Yeah.
And I do believe that the rest of the world is slowly waking up. There was a comment from the panel on climate finance around how the biggest asset managers in the world are seeing India as the place to put their money. So that was a real takeaway for me as well. So, what's next?
That's it. It's lunch. So I think you've got to move yourselves out there into the room next to this, adjacent to this, where we've got this splendiferous lunch. And we're looking ahead to June, aren't we?
Looking ahead to June. Come join us in London. The theme is Leading with Purpose. We'll be discussing, we'll have the IGF Forum, we'll have the awards, we'll have multiple events around business, politics, and more across that pivotal week.
Yeah. Thank you all. Thanks for your time. It's been fun. We'll see you all out there, yeah?
All right. Okay. Thanks so much from us.
Thanks. Let's get a photo.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.